So, all right, everybody. All right, if everyone could please find a seat. Please make sure your cell phones are turned off or on vibrate. And further ado, we will start the Destin City Council meeting for the August 5th session. I will call this meeting to order, and up first is going to be the invocation by our Pastor Steve Ferris.
Father, we just thank you for this opportunity to be here today. Lord, we thank you for all these young people here represented, Lord, and we just thank you that Destin is a friendly place to families, Lord, and it continues to be that way, and we thank you for that. We thank you, Lord, for your mercy that the storm didn't come this way, and we pray for those that were in its path, and I know some from here are over there helping. So, Lord, we especially pray for those emergency service workers. Lord, we just ask your guidance on this meeting today. We thank you again for each and every one that serves here in this city and all those that are here to support it. We pray it in Jesus' name. Amen.
All right, thank you for that, Steve. All right, up next is going to be the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilwoman Hebert.
Join me with your hand over your heart. All the little people, please stand. Hand over your heart. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, okay? I pledge
Allegiance to the flag.
All right, that was the coolest thing ever, hearing all the kids say it.
I feel like I was in second grade.
Yeah. All right, to kick things off, if there is any motions or changes to the agenda, I'm looking for an approval with the motion.
Hey, Kim.
Yes, this is.
Councilmember Hebert asked me to remind her she wanted to add discussion of the fence at our bridge parcel, One Harbor, during her reports.
Okay, so we'll approval the minutes plus under Councilwoman Hebert's name for Harbor One fence. Anything else? Seeing none, do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second? The second from Councilman King. All in favor? We'll go to the vote. Everyone's got the laptops rolling? Yep. Cool. All right, ayes have it unanimously 7-0. Moving right along. Up first, we have a whole bunch of winners in the chambers tonight, and we're going to recognize them also. I'm going to have me come up to this podium, but I'm also going to have Councilmember Schmidt come up, only because he is the president of the Little League and actually knows you guys a little bit more, so I wanted to make sure it was just as meaningful and personal for you guys as this moment should dare. So come on up. So the real reason is I'm just really afraid to misspell or mispronounce one of your guys' last names because it'd be really embarrassing for me. So with that, I'm going to have Councilmember Schmidt wrap off. We're going to do one team at a time, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you all for coming tonight. All you baseball players, boys and girls, parents, bring them over here. Thank you. I know the council always enjoys whenever this chambers is full of warm bodies, especially on a night when you can celebrate things like this rather than just the pitchforks and the lynch mobs. So thank you all. We are going to do one team at a time. I'd love to first invite Coach Danny Collins up. Coach Collins is the, come on up. Coach Danny Collins is the head coach of our machine pitch softball team. That is made up of girls 6, 7, and 8 years old. This is his second year coaching this particular team, this age. They won last year as well. They were, I think they've been recognized up here last year. And then again this year, they won the district championship down the street in Freeport this year. So we're going to announce these girls on up here, and we'll get you lined up. And then Miss Tamara, I think, is going to take a picture of you. There she is. So we'll have Miss Arias. I'll announce all of your names, and then we'll clap for you after the very end, if that's okay. Miss Aria Solano. We'll do that too. Miss Avery Collins. You come over here by Coach Miss Avery Collins, there she is. Good job. Miss Dylan Philippi. Miss Eliana Pirone. Miss Cadence Anderson. Miss Kinsley Collins. Miss Parker Strickland. Ms. Quinny Carter, Reese Collier Norwood, Sailor Jenkins, Scarlett Genezo, and Tilly Updegrove. And these are our, give them a big round of applause. And as we continue, you want to line them up? Or? Yeah. How are we, Miss Tamara, how are we look? All right. Right in the middle. Scoot on in, sweetheart. Oh, one more. Here she comes. Fantastic.
Perfect timing.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Let's slide down. Let's slide down, then we're going to get everybody here at the end. All right, and so that, again, these are our youngest, and as they continue to get older, I'm sure they're going to be here many more times. We look forward to that. Our next team we're going to invite is our 10U softball coach, which was head coached by BJ Wood. Did he show up yet? Mr. BJ Wood, there he is. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Wood. This is, it's Bentley. Which one is it? Reese, this one? All right, so first we have Miss Reese Blankenship. Come on now, Reese. Miss Aubrey Solano. Abry Solano. I had your sisters right the first time, didn't I? Abry, gotcha. Addison Gordon, Addie. Okay. Adley Phillips. Miss Ansley Reynolds, Miss Caroline Spears, Charlie Carter, Ella Graves, Emery Romeo, Miss Harper Wood, Olive Schaefer, and Miss Stella O'Neill. And these, we'll give them a big round of applause. Congratulations, girls. These talented young ladies not only won the district championship, they also were the sectional champions. And then they traveled down to, back-to-back, they traveled down to the state. And they represented Destin very well, and they're going to get back there next year and do it all over again. So let's get a picture here. All right, squeeze in this way.
Pretend like you like each other.
All right, scoot all the way down, girls. With the go over there behind the
Yeah,
okay.
you guys are tall enough.
Is Miss Taryn here from the next team? Oh, okay. We got one solo. It's all right. Come on down here. Come join us.
The captain of this team.
We got Miss Ava Blankenship. Come on, turn around, Ava. Don't go anywhere. Come here, Ava. Ava, come on. Ava is the representative of our 12U softball team, which at this age, there's not enough girls in Destin to form one team, so we combine with other communities in the area, Destin, Freeport, and South Walton. So they combined, they formed a group of girls. I think, how many do we have from Destin? 5 or 6? Or 8. So we had 8 Destin girls. So we're very excited about that, which is also another testament, because these little ones, you'll see soon, we will have a team full of all Destin girls because we will be able to do that just from our Destin girls. And this is your second year going down to state championship, right? And so they won district champions, sectional champions, and then runner-ups in the state, correct? So good job. Let's get your picture. All All right, next up, I'm going to ask Coach Tony Bailey to join us. I know there he is, perfect, there he is. Come on down, Coach Bailey.
Slow clap.
Coach Bailey was the coach of our intermediate 50-70 division, and so we will announce them one at a time as well, because I think they're all here. So we will start with Mr. Bentley Bailey, Mr. Case Colhane, Mr. Colton Romeo, Mr. Gavin Douglas, Graham Herndon, Hunter Ray, Jax Odell, Kingston Day, Logan Connick, Luke Horan, Matthew Bishop, and Will Graves. Let's give these boys a round of applause. Squeeze in, squeeze in. Squeeze in, here we go. Don't go anywhere. Now, these boys are represented from, let's see, 13, 12, and 11, or 13, 12 mainly? 13, 12 years old. A lot of them were on our team last year on the majors team that was state runner-ups. So this year they were the district champions as well as the Section 1 champions, and they went to the state of Florida, and they are the state champions. Yeah, the state of Florida champions. Huge. And then they are runner-ups in the Southeast region as well, which was a very huge accomplishment. And they actually, probably doesn't want me to talk about it, but they ran the table, beat every single team there, and then in the championship game, you have to only win once or lose once. And the team that they beat them, and that was it. But I got a call a couple hours from Coach Tony after the game was over, and I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know what was going to happen, but he said one thing to me. He said, "Coach, or Kevin, figure out what we got to do for juniors because we're coming back and we're going to go to juniors and win the whole thing." So I said, "We'll try our best or whatever we can do here in Destin to get them the field to be able to play at the next step." As all these boys, I think, are coming back and going to try again and go to the World Series. So, round of applause for them. Yeah, 60-90 field. Gotcha. Thank you, Coach. Did you want to say anything, anybody? All right. Let's get all of y'all together. Come over here, girls, and let's get one big. I'll let them get together. Y'all squeeze in. Just Tamara, get them all. Just a huge, while they're doing that, just a huge testament to all of their hard work. Here we go. Real quick. There we go. All right. Look at Coach. Look at Coach.
We got Jim on the first.
Sorry. All right, back up. There you go. We good? We're good. All right, everybody, look at the lady in the blue. Sit. All right. Thank you all for coming tonight. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Scott.
Yeah, man.
Yep. All right, we're going to give it about 30 more seconds or so. We'll let the baseball teams skedaddle on out, and then we'll get down to the fun stuff. And softball, yes, yeah. Just all American pastimes. All right, good deal. All right, so at that, now that we're good there, I'm going to start public comments. I'm going to start on my right, y'all's left, and we'll just go through the room. So, yes, sir. Yep, so just push, I pushed that mic down, so you might want to readjust it. Push the gray button, it'll turn the light red. Name and address, and the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Jesse London. I don't live in Destin. I live in Pensacola Beach, but I'll give you a very brief explanation. I own the billboard at Fuddpuckers and the company Tier 1. Tier 1 is a real local company owned out of Navarre, not out of the state. We have just the one billboard in Destin. Lamar has 17 billboards. Last year, more than half of our advertisers were Destin-owned businesses. We never miss a chamber breakfast. Ad rates are far lower than Lamar's, giving local businesses an affordable media alternative. We bring our clients donuts in the morning. We support the community with free charity. If Lamar were to win 12 new digital faces in Destin, it would force Tier 1 out of Destin, leaving you with only one operator, a perfect monopoly forever, and it will transform the look of this city from that of a fishing village to that of Times Square. Don't Times Square Destin. This Lamar plan to take down only 1/3 of their signs, their least visible structures, by the way, flies in the face with what you have been telling residents, which is that the city wants to eliminate billboards. This plan makes Lamar so much money that you will be guaranteeing the people of Destin a permanent landscape of bright digital advertising signs. Their proposal increases ads on those boards by 167%. I kid you not, 167% more ads on that proposal. In total, of their 17 boards, they would double their ads to 198 ads for sale in this market. How can you tell citizens that you want to eliminate billboards, but you're going to grant the proposal that increase ads in this market by as much as 167%? Don't Times Square, Destin. I have a second page. Stop the clock. Seriously?
Yep.
Oh, my God. You know what kills billboards? Trees, electric poles, and electric wires. They all obstruct the reads. I got to move past this. In contrast to these static signs, my research shows, the industry research shows that digitals are 4 times more likely to be seen. So if you go to digitals, the whole purpose, you really want 15 more digitals in Destin, they'll be seen more than what you have now. That defeats the purpose. You need more digitals like you need more helicopters. Don't Times Square Destin. One last point. Please give me one last point.
30 seconds.
The reason for my appearance and the public comments 2 weeks ago, Lamar hinted that they don't trust city government. We do trust you. If on a whim you reverse decades-old strategy to eliminate billboards, if you double the number of billboard ads in Destin, if you spend millions of dollars undergrounding infrastructure just to improve the reads of brand new giant flashing billboards, and if you further block the sun and the sunset, you completely commercialize the appearance of your fishing village for no reason. Don't Times Square Destin.
All right, thank you so much. All right, anyone else? Yep, and we do have 3 minutes at the end if you'd like to stick around, but there is a 3-minute period at the end for public comments as well, just for open knowledge. Anyone else for public comments? Yes. Good point, thank you.
Tina Spicer, 607 Legion Drive. My husband and I moved to Destin almost 5 years ago, and as a big problem on our street is speeders. We addressed this issue probably a year and a half ago. We submitted a petition that had all the signatures that were needed to get the speed bumps, but we were told that it wasn't properly submitted. So then our neighbor submitted it again, and we really don't know how it was left because she turned it in and nothing was ever done. So I'd truly like to ask if we could get those speed bumps, because we've seen some things on our road. Just this past week, we had 2 little kids across the street that were playing outside, and I don't know if it was somebody on our road that called the sheriff's department, but they were told to go back in the house and not play on our road. So that's just one of the issues. We've had dogs run out. Our dog got hit by a car on our road. So we just asked the committee if, that would be a possibility to go ahead and get those speed bumps, because it's very dangerous on Legion Drive between Beach and Benning.
All right, so you're in the side landing. Okay. What was your address? Just for I have it from my record.
607 Legion Drive.
All right. Awesome. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? Committee member? It's already on.
Brian Otto, 3826 Indian Trail. Kids go back to school next week. Let's slow this traffic down.
There you go. Good deal. All right. Anyone else? All right. Seeing none, I will close the public comments and we will push on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
I'll make that motion to approve.
I have a motion for consent. Second?
Second.
Councilman Stevens, sounds like. All right, call the vote. I'm sorry, Jim, Councilman Bagby?
Yeah. I just wanted to ask Ryan, has the request been to the Public Works, Public Safety Committee, or is it sitting on y'all's? Where is the request for speed humps on Legion?
Councilor Bagby, it's
There he
Michael
is.
here. I'm over
Oh,
here.
he's here.
Hey, I
Okay.
just searched through my emails and I don't have a 607 Legion Drive. It's in the residential section of Legion Drive in between, was that Beach and Benning? But I'm just not immediately familiar with any request that was made.
We can probably have them redo it or tell us the date they turned it in.
Or even better, you can go to our website, cityofdestin.com, and in the upper right-hand corner, just type in speed hump, and the application packet is the very first thing that'll pop up. The very first step, of course, would be doing a speed study, and I'll get with Ryan after the meeting to set that up.
All right, Ryan, you have something?
On our engineering division's webpage, there's a link to the speed studies around the town, and there is a speed study that was done last year on that street, so you can see the results for that.
Okay.
Well, can you answer whether it justified the speed humps that they asked for?
Just looking at it quickly, no.
Okay. Either way, I think we should get that information over to them. Yeah. All right, thank you. Thank you. Councilman Destin?
I was just going to comment that that can be put on the agenda by any council member, and I would forecast that it in fact will be soon. So we'll address it.
All right, anyone else? All right, seeing none, I have my motion and second. We'll call the vote for the consent. All right, ayes have it, so moved unanimously, 7-0. All right, city manager's report, 4A.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The first item under city manager's reports is a presentation by Mike Caraway from Accentria. He followed council direction to go out and look for quotes. And Mike, I'll let you give the presentation. Come on up.
Hit that button for me, please.
First, I appreciate the opportunity to be here this evening and talk to you about the employee benefits renewal, specifically the group medical plan. We've met on a couple of occasions to talk about partially self-funded, level funded, the advantages of that. And as well as we've been negotiating with Florida Blue on the fully insured renewal. We did take your plan out to market to all the available carriers, which include United Healthcare, Aetna, CHA America, and the League of Cities. Unfortunately, we received a decline from all carriers for a level funded or partially self-funded proposal. I actually met with the FMIT League of Cities last week in Orlando, Lindsay, and talked to her about the account because that was the last hope that we had coming in. And she just said, Mike, this is not a good year for them to consider partially self-funded. So with that said, and of course, we're going to look at this, if this is going to be an opportunity every year. We'll turn every stone over to make sure we bring the best plan in for the city of Destin. So during that time, we began and have been negotiating with Florida Blue on their fully insured renewal. Initially, the renewal came in just below 20% increase. Unfortunately, that increase is not acceptable, but what they do is they come back to us and say, what will it take for this group not to go to market, what's called a no-shop guarantee. So we begin the negotiations. And with everything that's going on with your ongoing claims experience, the demographics of the group, we were able to get them to agree to just over an 8% increase for the traditional PPO plan and the high deductible plan. Just to give you some history, because I do think it's important that you all understand where we've been and where we are today. And you may be aware of this, so just bear with me as I go through this and go through the numbers. But starting in 2021 through our renewal in 2024, which takes us into 2025, our overall increase, average, has been right at 8%. Right at 8%. In 2022, when we moved to United Healthcare in 21, we received a 33% rate increase from United Healthcare that we absorbed, which was a big number. So, did we have a bad year? Possibly. But it's more than likely as they came in too aggressive on their rates and won the business, and then the next year they hammered us pretty hard. In 2022, our 2023 plan year, we moved to Florida Blue, and we negated that increase with a minus 7% increase overall from where Blue Cross Blue Shield was coming in at, or United Healthcare was coming in at. And then last year, we had a 5% renewal from Florida Blue, which is below medical trend. I don't want to bring any increase in, but, and I'll explain what medical trend is in just a moment. And then this year, we're coming in at 8% on the traditional PPO and 9.9%, 10% on the high deductible health plan. So just so you all understand where the numbers come from, you have medical trend, which this year conservatively is 8%, depending if you're with Blue Cross, United, or Aetna, it's all going to be 7, 8, 9% on the high end. So if you're a fully insured client of one of those carriers, you're going to start out each year behind the 8 ball at 8%. That's a real number. And the only way that number remains at 8%, it's never going to go down. I'm fully insured. Once we set the waterline's set with that specific carrier. Now, can we go to market and it come in below? Yes, just like we did in 2022. But when you're fully insured, you remain with the carrier. Once it's set, it's set. So the only thing that we're trying to do is keep it as close to that 8% as we possibly can. So what drives that number is going to be your claims experience, and it's going to be your demographics, which we refer to as manual rates. Average age, average composition of the group, geography of the group. That's what the carriers look at. And using that information and coming in with an 8% overall increase, what that tells me is the average age and the composition of the group, demographics of the group, the manual rate, either was favorable and was allowed us to get close to the medical trend, but our claims experience that we've been incurring, and it's evident with the carriers that declined to quote, because they declined to quote for two things: medical reasons, or they were uncompetitive. And so League of Cities just said it wasn't a favorable year for them to move to partially self-funded. So that's where we stand with Florida Blue. Without making any plan changes at all, that would be the renewal for 2024 and 2025. So it's certainly, I would have loved to bring a partially self-funded number in here for you all to consider. For the last two meetings that I've been here, I think you've gathered what partially self-funded means and the advantages to it. I'm still a big believer in if the group qualifies for it, because it gives you an opportunity to win, the transparency, just more information in healthcare is better for long-term strategy as it pertains to your rates. So, you know, that's where we are with this year's renewal with Florida Blue. We can, just wrapping up on the renewal, all other products, ancillary plans, the hospital indemnity, the telemedicine, there's no rate change at all, and all benefits remain the same. So the only thing that we're looking at is the medical plan. Again, just to reiterate, no plan changes in looking at just above an 8% increase overall. Any questions?
Yeah, I got one for you. So if the goal is to potentially go to a self-funded, is there any kind of metric? You're saying that the claims is kind of probably one of the larger metrics. Without getting into anyone's personal business,
right?
Is there ways to incentivize our group, and we're on that plan too now, to be healthier, anything of those nature, so that as a group we can all benefit if we're all a little bit more healthier?
No, yeah, absolutely. Great question. So, you know, education, wellness programs, our open enrollment meetings, making sure that they're going to the best places of care, not just necessarily the lowest cost, but the best outcomes. So we continue to drive those points home during the open enrollment meetings, which we'll have on Thursday. I believe Thursday, yes. And we'll continue to push that out there. We continue to promote the wellness plan. We just had our health fair where folks came in and did their biometric screenings. All those things are critical. You were there? Yeah, that's
No,
right.
I missed it.
Oh,
yeah.
But all those things are absolutely critical. However, we don't have the crystal ball to predict the number of, you know, cancers or, you know, diabetes, or, you know, NICUs or things like that that occur. Our trauma case, I mean, those are just unforeseen events that happen, but the biometric screenings, the wellness, encouraging people to use telemedicine versus the other option, it's not truly an emergency. Those are key factors to driving down cost and giving you the opportunity to go partially self-funded.
Awesome. All right, Councilman Bagby?
So just so I make sure I'm clear.
Yes, sir.
We went to market and we went to Aetna and everybody else and said, you know, what's your best thing? And nobody had better than Florida Blue, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when we went to the League of Cities, did we only go to them for a partially or fully self-funded plan, or did we ask them about their group?
So their only plan that they offer is partially self-funded. It's a consortium of other League of City participants in that plan.
Okay.
So they just offer the one plan through United Healthcare.
And then this question may be for Jamie. So if we have people on our, well, actually, one more for you.
Okay.
Is it, because there's two factors usually, you know, there's history, claims history, or demographics. So if you have a bunch of older people who require, then do we have a sense on, is it our demographics or is it our claims history?
Your demographics is going to drive the majority of your rate with Florida Blue because you're fully insured.
Okay.
When you become partially self-funded, your claims are going to be more of a factor in groups in their underwriting. With the fully insured market, they really do not underwrite as closely as they do partially self-funded because of the reinsurance market.
Right.
They want to have more detail on specific claims. With the fully insured, they do not. So yes, those are the two factors that drive it. Partially self-funded claims are going to be more of a factor than they are fully funded.
Okay, so the reason everybody declined was because of our claims history predominantly?
Yes, and what the expectation is in the future. They look at that as well.
So this is a Jamie question. Our plan runs from 1 October to 30 September?
1
or
September to 31 August.
31 August. Okay, so now if we have somebody that turns 65 in October, because Medicare open enrollment isn't till later, how do we handle, and we may only have one a year, we may only have one every other year, but I'm just kind of curious, how do we handle that person from 1 September until they can actually enroll in Medicare in December?
Well, that is absolutely employee-driven. So if they were to come and say that they enrolled in any plan that outside of the city's coverage, our plan would terminate the same, or the month prior to the effective date of their new coverage.
Our plan covers them, so it's not like a gap in there
No.
where they're not covered for 3 months because they're waiting to get on. Okay. I
Correct.
just want to make sure.
Are you turning 65?
No, man, I
Councilwoman Hebert?
Thanks, Mayor. 2 questions. The first one you said about the wellness program.
Yes, ma'am.
Like the mayor asked, helping people reduce, their susceptibility. And do you send out reminders of when those wellness programs are? Because like the mayor said, I missed that one. Because the company that I'm insured with, my day job, they send out like an email. Hey, we're waiting on you to fill this out, do this, get this done. This helps you offset your costs. It also puts more money in your, medical bank.
Sure.
Is there a program set up so that you can ensure our employees that are on this plan have a chance to save money and reduce costs?
Yes, and I wouldn't mind if Jamie commented too, but my response to that is yes. So when you sign up for Florida Blue as an insured person and your family members, they're eligible to participate in a program called Better Strides. And that's just through logging in and setting up your account. Then if you do a health risk assessment, you earn X amount. So it really drives people into the system by giving them $100 stipend, if you will, incentive for them to do that, as well as their spouse and children over the age of 18. With regards to the health fair, I believe that all participants were notified of that event.
Okay, so question to you, Jamie, is that something we do as a city to ensure that those that have signed up for the health insurance, that they know that this is a way to help put money in your bank towards your medical expenses? Is that preset?
It is. Our wellness platform is relatively new. We just partnered with Better Use Strides last year, I believe. So it's really just getting employees in the habit of participating in a health fair, understanding what that is, understanding what the benefits are. So we do communicate that. We send out webinars almost monthly. We did a wellness program starting in January and ran that through June. So yes, we are in constant communication with our employees about our wellness platform. It's just growing right now.
And then the last question I have is talking about someone turning 65 going to Medicare. I'm not there yet either, but wouldn't that be considered a life event? You would immediately make that change, just like if you were having a baby or if you got married, changes happen like as a life event. Isn't that how you would update to Medicare?
Absolutely, and that would be treated the same even if a spouse had an open enrollment and added you to their policy. It's all treated the same.
Thank you, and thank you for coming tonight, clearing up some of the information.
Yes, ma'am,
for us.
you're
Thank
welcome.
you.
And just one thing on the Medicare is that a lot of employees stay on their employer plan after they turn 65 just because they feel like that Medicare has this, view that you're not going to get access to certain providers. Like I couldn't go to the Mayo Clinic or MD Anderson and things of that nature. But just to reassure everybody here tonight, if you are on your group employer's plan and you move over to Medicare, even beyond 65, let's say I stay on there to 67 and I want to move at 67, you can do that as long as you do it within a 30-day window and there's no penalties associated with it. So there's a lot of misconception of how Medicare works, but I would strongly encourage anyone that's 65, even if they're actively working, to consider a Medicare supplement, because it really does replace or supplement everything Medicare doesn't pay, and you still have access to all the same doctors and providers.
There you go, a PSA. Councilman Destin.
Thank you, Mayor. You used the term no bid quote on the 8%. Does that mean that that's the quote they give you when you say you won't put it out to bid?
That's what the number they give you if you take, yes, sir, if you agree not to take it to market.
Okay, so we didn't take it to market.
We did take it to market, absolutely. That's just the number that they do. So here's what happens with that, is that Blue Cross United, all of them do that. If we take it to market, even at that number, that's our job as the fiduciary and your consultant, not to do that. But that's the, lack of a better word, that's the game that the carrier plays. If we do take it to market and they find out about it, they're going to take us back to the 19%. No, they won't. But their threat is that they would. Yes, sir. You bet.
I'm going to come back to you in 40 years.
Yeah. Right. They hunt me down. No, it's, I think I may have said this in a meeting earlier. It's just, unfortunately, the process that these carriers are going through right now.
All right, Councilman Schmidt?
Thank you for being here again, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Caraway. After all of this, what you've done so far, will it be again next year that we'll do it, or do you think it'll be like every other year? We'll be checking again, or?
It's my goal to get you to a partially self-funded plan or a level-funded plan as soon as I can. I just think you have more control over your platform on a long-term basis than you do fully insured. I do. So absolutely, we're going to look at this every year.
Right.
And I think that a great program for you all to consider in the future is what we talked about, a level-funded plan or a partially self-funded plan. And we'll make sure we have those guardrails set up to where there's no surprises and no unexpected cost to the city. As we, whatever we present, that's what you'll know the obligation is at the end of the year. And that's key.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you.
We don't have, that was just informational, correct? All right. All right, Crystal, back to you.
I'm sorry, there was a motion.
There is a motion? I'm trying to scroll
I'll
to
move
it.
to direct staff and Centria to proceed with renewals for Florida Blue, Guardian, and Healthiest You.
All right, so I got a, Jim with the second, I see it on here now. All right, Kevin with the motion, Jim with the second. Seeing no further discussions, we will take the vote. All right, there we go. Ayes have it unanimously, so moved. All right, moving right along. Crystal, 4B.
All right, 4B is regarding the Barrett School tri-party agreement between the City of Destin, the county, and the Tri-Barrett School. And see, Tina Dieter is here to, Brian is going to start us off and present this item. Thank you, Brian.
Putton.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. So per an interlocal agreement that we have with the county, any developments that are happening that affect both the county and the city, we share information. And with this, they came to us with the Barrett School, which is a pre-K through 12 STEM school. The staff is here if you got any questions to ask them. Obviously, we can answer any questions too. But the interlocal agreement is, or the tri-party agreement, sorry, is basically allowing them to open school classes on August 19th. And they have to still get their traffic study done. Any recommendations that come from that study, they need to get the proper permits and have those improvements made as part of this tri-party agreement. So any questions, we can answer them. If you have any questions for the school staff, they are here.
All right, thank you. All right, Councilman Bagby?
Mayor, I move that the city council approve the tri-party agreement as presented.
I second that.
I have a motion and a second. Councilman Destin, discussion?
Just a question. When I read through the agreement, I noticed it said on the, and what issues do we have? It was the pickup line for parents, I guess, and was there a parking issue?
So there's, the main concern with the county and the city is the queuing for pickup and drop off. So the county put in the tri-party agreement. They want to have the school set aside designated parking spaces for pickup and drop off, and to not allow queuing because the fear is essentially turning Commons Drive into a parking lot during pickup and drop off times. So that's what this agreement's supposed to be covering for right now.
Well, of course, I support any new schools because I'm sure they'll do an excellent job, but the agreement says pursue solutions. Is there a time certain in that agreement?
So I believe November 30th of this year is the date that's in this agreement to have all items set forth in Section 2 completed. That's on page 3 of the agreement, the page that has a little picture of the sign that the county wants posted. So that's the date that's in here.
And that's our legal opinion. That's what's happening, which, whenever I see pursue written by lawyers, it makes me nervous because I can be pursuing it 20 years from now and I'm still pursuing it. That's the only part of the agreement that I kind of went, what does that mean?
Yep. Yeah,
It was a Kim question.
Yep.
I see she's looking through it.
everything in section 2 has to be done by November 30th. Some of the things are very definitive if you read them, provide a law enforcement officer, do these signs, but that particular item, pursue overflow parking agreements, just means that. It doesn't have a specific to that. But I know that the county and the city intend to work together with the school to ensure that that gets done to the best of everybody's ability. So we're talking about, staggering school times, and they've indicated a willingness to do that as needed. So you're right, that particular criteria is not very specific, but it's intended to be a collaboration.
All right, well, any reason, guys that are here, that we put that under the pursue instead of time certain?
Yeah, if you guys want to step up, I was going to give you a chance to introduce yourself. Sorry, I'm jumping into a question before introductions.
I'm Ross Chapin, and I'm attorney for the owner, the W Group. So to answer this question about the pursue versus the hard date, the pursues are in the section 2 for a couple items, but the number 3 is where the county, they're giving, after they've reviewed and received the traffic study that's forthcoming. This is just a temporary hold to get us to that next review of the traffic study, which will give a more fulsome understanding of the traffic impact. But the hard date of November 30th, it says that the W Group must complete all items set forth in Section 2 no later than November 30th. So there's no pursue. The pursue is until November 30th, and if it doesn't get done by the 30th, then there's other things that will happen in here that approvals won't be given by the county and the city. So there's incentive for the owner to pursue and complete by November 30th.
Very good, and thanks for that clarification, and I wish you the best of luck. I know a number of people who say they're going to have pupils in your school and are quite looking forward to it.
Well, thank you.
All right, Councilman Schmidt.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ryan, staff, and everybody for working with the Barrett School. I'm very excited about another option to allow kids in Destin and the surrounding area to choose to go to a different school if they choose to. I had the chance to meet some of the staff, and they're very great people, and I can tell that they're very excited about being community partners with the city and the county and everybody else. So I think it's going to be a great future. So thank you.
All right, Councilman Stevens.
All right, thank you. I just want to say I'm excited that we're actually getting another STEM school in the area, so that's really cool. I just had a quick question on 2B, talking about the enforcement officer. I'm just curious, do we need to put anything in there to where, I just don't want to have expectations of one group saying that, well, we expect a law enforcement officer by a certain date, or is there anything that we need to put in there if that part ever comes up, or is it just something we'll just work together if it happens?
That one actually has a certain date.
Does it? Okay.
That November 30th date applies to everything in number 2.
Okay, cool.
So we were just saying that in number 2, letter F is not as definitive as some of the other ones, but the one you're pointing at is very clear. November 30th, there will be that officer.
Sounds good.
All right, Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, and I understand your point. Pursue, I've pursued Miss Jenny still, and we've been married for 38 years. So pursue can kind of, some days the bear gets you. But but I would assume if this criteria is not met by November 30th, that somebody would bring it back and say, oh, by the way, we've either negotiated an extension or we've done something, or at least update us, right?
Of course.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Hebert, wrapping it up.
Thank you, Jim. That's kind of the same question I was going to have. Will we make sure that we give you time if you can't get some of these things done? And I also want to just tell you how awesome it is that you're opening, because we do need more options here in Destin, and I think it's going to be a great asset to our city, and thrilled to have y'all be part of our, town. So thank you for being here.
The lawyer's getting all the credit.
They did all the hard work. They did a lot of work to get to this stage. So, yeah.
No, that's awesome. Thank you guys so much for being here. Do you guys have anything to say on behalf of the school, anything like that? A free little PSA?
I'll just say thank you guys so much.
If you guys are going to come up. We get about 100 views live. You got about 100 people on the camera.
This is not intimidating at all. I just want to say thank you so much. We've been able to work with a lot of people from the city and the county through this process, and we acquired the building only in May, and the amount of work that has gone into it to be able to open on August 19th is just absolutely unbelievable. We started working with our teachers today, doing trainings and stuff, and it's just been an amazing experience. I live in Bay County, so my experience here in Destin has been wonderful. Everybody that I've met has been so kind. We've had a lot of neighbors around the school come and introduce themselves, and everybody's been very supportive, and I just appreciate everybody who's been willing to work with us. I know it hasn't been easy, and we've been demanding because we're on such a tight timeline, but I just appreciate it very much. So.
And if anyone's got wants to learn anything more about you guys, where do they go?
What was that?
Where can they go to learn information if they're looking online?
It's the Barrett School, FL.org.
All right.
And you're welcome to move here into Okaloosa County and Destin. We'd love for you to just move out of Bay County and come here.
I would like that too.
She cooks me dinner occasionally.
All right. All right. So I have a motion by Councilman Bagby, second by Councilwoman Hebert. No further discussions. Calling the vote. All right. Ayes have it unanimously. So moved. Congratulations, guys. Excited.
Thank
Welcome
you.
to Destin. All right. Ms. Strickland.
All right, the next item on the agenda is Parks and Recreation FY 2024 budget versus actuals. This is in response to a request by Councilman Bagby at the July 8th meeting to bring back a spending plan. Unfortunately, our Parks Director, Lisa Firth, is out on a family emergency at the moment and wasn't able to find a replacement for her. So I have designated Jeff Kozad to take over this item to present to council.
What a good interim city manager.
Good. Yeah.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. The 2024 adopted budget plus prior year encumbrances for Parks and Recreation capital projects and renewal and replacement projects are approximately $3.9 million. As of July 23rd, we've encumbered $585,000. No fund budget amendments have occurred to date. A couple reasons for this high unencumbered balance are insufficient funds to complete certain projects required and time delays due for non-responsive bids. Some of that money is also restricted by either grants or straight statutes. We have approximately $2.4 million that could be transferred by council to complete other projects this year, or could be moved to the fiscal year 25 to complete projects after October 1st. And I'd be glad to take any questions you might have. Actually, we'll take questions you might have.
All right. Councilman Schmidt? Thought you had him.
The bathroom item and the, I think it's maybe one other, the bathroom. Somebody said something that we're applying for, or there it is, we are applying for the FERDAP grants, and we'll be applying for it next year, I believe, and so it needs to be in the 25 budget to apply for the grant to hopefully get it. Is that kind of a, can you touch on that?
Sure can. The applications, I'm not sure when they're due yet. It'll be due sometime in September. But as with the FERDAP grant received this year, we'll be receiving, that announcement will not be made until next July. Okay. So we apply basically this fall, and then we'll have to wait until the state's next fiscal year kicks in before we find out if that's funded or not. But they do require that the project already be a part of the CIP and be budgeted.
Okay.
So, and it's already been budgeted for this year, it'll be budgeted for next year.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Right, Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, Jeff, I can't remember, were you on the call this afternoon?
I was.
Okay, so if you go back 3 weeks ago, we said we're going, or 3 meetings ago, I'm sorry, not 3 weeks ago, 3 meetings ago, and we said, what is the plan? Because if you look at the 3 documents that are in the agenda item, we've got 2022 budget money in there, and we're getting ready to approve, 2023 budget money that we identified in 2022 that's in the Parks and Recs that just kind of got rolled over. And now we're talking about, and all I asked for then, and I think we probably had some questions this afternoon, so made clear, I want to see the plan, because the Parks and Recs director says, oh, well, we need to do the lighting, and we need to do the Buck Destin bathroom, and we need to do Z. I can't remember what the third one is. The what? The community center. Yeah, the 700,000. I'm sorry, the park for 700,000, or the playground for 700,000. Okay, that's fine, but that's not what's in the budget. That's not what got approved. Definitely didn't get approved in 23's budget. So bring us all these monies and show us, and bring us a, budget amendment or whatever needs to be done that says, this is what you approved, council, but this is what we're recommending that you approve now, because we keep talking about, well, we're going to do this, or we need to do that, but it hasn't been approved by the council. Okay, what's been approved by the council is the $43,000 that was approved in the FY23 budget that didn't get spent last year. Bless you. And then, we've got a large number that hasn't been spent this year. And so I'm just trying to, and we can say, well, it's because of this or it's because of that. It didn't get spent because we didn't spend it. It wasn't because of, we just haven't gotten the projects rolled through at the pace that we thought we would. And so I just want to know what the plan is for this amount of money going forward. And if your recommendation is, let's do all the lights, and that's the number one priority, that's fine. Then we'll hash it out up here, and then we'll either approve it, or we won't approve it, or we'll approve partially, but bring us something, because we're just sitting here doing nothing with our Parks and Recs money that we should be doing something. And I guess Lisa's not going to be here tonight to discuss the bathroom at Buck Destin Park, because that was one of my one of my questions this afternoon. Did we ask her if she was willing to consider that, or we're just going to wait till the next meeting?
No, sir, she hasn't responded to phone calls or emails, and she is responding to a legitimate family emergency this afternoon.
Fine.
The first motion is to move this item to the August 12th special council meeting, where you can vote, that is focused upon budget. So given this discussion, perhaps that would be the motion to choose.
Well, because this is Parks and Recs budget, so I want Lisa, do we think she'll be back by next Monday, and that she will have had time to, because don't bring me well, here, we want to do this. I want to see the dollars, where you're taking them from, and where you want to put them for the monies that were approved and unspent in Parks and Recs in 23 and this year in 24, and where you intend to spend them. And I know there's no way on God's green earth we'll get them spent before the end of this FY, so now we're talking about rolling money over yet again, and the needs are there. I don't understand why we're not getting it done, but if you want to bring it back on the 12th, if you think you'll be ready, but I want to see dollars, moving out of this column, moving into that column, at least a recommendation, because the councils, we probably disagree. I know Councilman Schmidt would say his number one priority might be the AstroTurf or whatever that stuff is in the infield. My number one priority would probably be the lights. Let's, get it done, because everybody uses the lights. Not everybody might use the AstroTurf, but bring us something, and if you can do it in 7 days, fine. I'm fine with it.
I move to include this agenda item with details for discussion at the August 12th, 2024 Budget Special Council meeting.
All right, I have a motion.
I'll second that, and with
second.
the understanding that if we don't have the information, we'll just have to table it again.
All right, Councilman Schmidt, further discussion?
Sure, thank you. Mr. Bagby, I really appreciate everything that you're saying. You know, to kind of echo some of that, this council asked nearly a year ago for a plan for that complex. So, you know, that's been discussed and requested for a little while because there are big needs. The items that I believe what they're presenting to us, and then I'm happy to talk about it on the 12th, is they're wanting to, I believe, take all the money that's left over and put it to the 2 or 3 big ticket items that we've been discussing in regards to the community center and the lights, and then I think they're going to see whatever's left over. You know, those are emergency type of items. Those are emergencies, I guess they're calling them. That's up for debate, honestly, in my opinion. But that was never planned. If we would have planned, we would be taking care of that. So again, I agree with you. We need that plan. We need the plan. And so, you know, I won't do it tonight because we'll do it on the 12th. But you know, you brought up turf, sure. I mean, yes, that's been budgeted for I think 2 or 3 years. And it keeps getting pushed, And so I think it's approximately $100,000 to $125,000 away from just making it happen in this fiscal year. And to me, there's $75,000 from the field lighting that's not going to get done this year. $75,000 from the Morgan's bathroom that's not going to get done this year. It probably won't get done until 26. We're going to apply for the grant next year. So, you know, I won't do it tonight, but I am going to ask to finish the stuff that we planned 2 years ago, that we're still just kicking it down the road, you know, because we need to. And the money is there, and we're not using it. And the turf can be used by any and all people, not just baseball people. But yeah, and that's one of my points, because I was going to ask to do that tonight, but I'll wait till the 12th. Because there is $150,000 that can be moved over. And I think the quote is too high because it was over a year ago that was even taken, and I know it can be lower now. So that could get done in the next 90 days if they're ready to put the shovels in the ground, which I don't think we're going to do that. But I agree with you, and I hope to have that full plan, because we need to see the plan for next year and 2 years from now and 5 years from now. And we're going to have a master parks plan, but I think we talked about 8 months ago, the master parks plan and the plan for our sporting and parks and recreation facilities were 2 different things. And we should be getting 2 different plans there. The master parks plan from the Parks and Rec Committee and whoever else is going to be touching it shouldn't delay some of these things. So, but yeah, I'll support the motion tonight for Ms. Hebert, and hopefully we can figure out how to start, you know, doing some of these fixes and upgrades that we have been planning for 3 years to do. And to continue to plan. So, thanks.
All right, Councilman Gao.
Thank you, sir. Crystal, I have a question for you. This $2.4 million that's potentially available, does it have to stay with Parks and Recs, or can it be transferred to other?
No, the $2.4 million that we're talking about is unrestricted.
So it can go anywhere.
That's correct.
So while we're sitting here talking about artificial turf, we still have, how much do we need for the stormwater review, for the engineering stormwater review, to help save some of these people's property from erosion?
So I have on hand estimates close to $4 million that's mostly for engineering design and reviews of stormwater projects that need to be accomplished. So all in all, in stormwater, we probably have, you know, upwards of $50 million of work that needs done, because we only have about 11 miles of stormwater system along our 66 miles of roadways.
66 miles of roadways, 11 miles of stormwater there. And is that stormwater congruent? Does it all connect, or is it just piecework together?
At the moment, it's piecework together, but we would like to improve connectivity.
Okay. So we're over here worried about a little bit of infield grass, when I think there's a lot bigger things we could be concentrating on right now. Some of those other things, I mean, we're debating over whether or not to charge a short-term mental impact fee to these people that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars off our community. And we're not concentrating on the important things, in my opinion, which are the ones that protect the people's property locally. So I don't know why we're sitting here arguing about a few little things on a ballpark when we have much bigger projects to keep in mind.
All right, Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, I actually agree with both of you because, we're still going to have something at Four Prong Lake, which is a stormwater project. The state's willing to give us $1 million, but we still got to find some, and that is a stormwater nightmare that the city contributes to, has always contributed to. But to Councilman Schmidt's point, I agree, and the more I dig into this, the more I see, well, because there's too many round numbers. The first thing you learn about budgeting is when everything's 100,000 or 250,000 or 125,000, that's not really budgeting. Nobody actually did the work to go, what does that actually cost? Because they just kind of either put it as a placeholder or that was their best guess based on, I talked to somebody and they said, it'd be about 125,000. If it came in at 127 and 300, okay, somebody actually got a quote, okay? They actually, now it may be too low or too high to your point because it's 2 years old. So I think we really need, when we go through the budgeting process with a fine-tooth comb and look at some of these budgeted amounts for 25 and say, is that more important than fixing another mile of stormwater or whatever? I don't know, but that's what we get paid for.
What? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, thank you. I just was going to respond to Mr. Gao real quick. I don't think anybody's arguing up here. I think me and Mr. Bagby were talking in agreement, and I was in agreement with Ms. Hebert. No arguing going on up here, and there's nobody screaming about artificial turfs. I think I mentioned that one time for about 10 seconds. There are a lot of projects on our budget, a lot of projects. Unfortunately, due to, in my opinion, lack of certain leadership over the years, planning has not happened correctly. And when there's plans in place, we can help better our city. So I'm not trying to say the turf is more important than the water. Nobody said that up here, so maybe I know we're far away from each other, but I'm very excited about all the projects that we have. I can't wait to talk about them. And
yeah, I can hear you.
We've been agreeing all night with each other so far, and I enjoy the camaraderie that we have tonight. So I look forward to the 12th meeting. I look forward to the next meeting about the budget. I look forward to all of them. And if staff wants to present to us a legitimate plan, like they hopefully will, I'll dissect it and talk amongst with you guys legally here on the dais, and then we can make those decisions together, hopefully. So, but no arguing from my side. I look forward to all the projects.
Yeah, and maybe I'm just used to the past, the banter back and forth in the past. So maybe I'm just a little overzealous.
All right, so we got a motion and a second. We're going to be talking about this on the 12th. Crystal, anyone from staff, anything that we could potentially talk about now to set you guys up for a better plan? Just kind of last bite from your guys' standpoint of anything in particular, or, we can all talk to you guys one-on-one independently. I was going to suggest, everyone bring their own version of the plan to staff, but I didn't know, just last thoughts before we vote on this.
Yes, so to Councilman Bagby's point, I'll have Lisa Firth, our Parks Director, recommend two options at the August 12th meeting, and I believe she has that prepared. I just wish she had been here tonight to give that proposal.
All right, with nothing else, I will call the vote. The vote being for this to, oh, there we go, ayes have it. So moved. All right, Crystal.
All right, next up we have our Code Compliance Director, Troy Williams, to give a presentation on Code Compliance Department.
And for the record, ayes had it 7-0.
How are we doing tonight? Excellent. I don't know about a presentation. Obviously, I was asked to present some stuff on code, sent you all a agenda packet to review. It included last year's accomplishments, year-end report, goals and objectives, where we stand this year, a copy of the calls, total calls for service and proactive calls to date, well, at the time, July 15th, a map of proactive calls around the city, and I might have included the workflow of a particular case. I really just wanted to open up for questions and see where, if there's any concerns, areas of, needed further explanation, just, let it flow and see where it took us.
All right, Councilman Stevens.
Hey, Troy, thanks for putting this together.
Yeah.
I got a couple questions. The data you had, I was reviewing that. Was there any data that shows how many calls that you guys get after hours or on weekends?
I'll have to get with Andy. The EnerGov system is not super friendly with pulling a lot of specific information. I think we can get you some of that. I don't know how, it will capture everything, because I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we enter a case, I don't think it allows a specific area for time that would kind of go in the narrative. So it would take a little bit of work to find that, but I'm sure we can get you something.
Okay, cool. Another question. With the current officers that you have, how many of them are actually FACE certified right now? I saw in the, whenever you apply for it, you have that 1 year gap to get it certified.
Yeah, so, currently we are allotted for 16 total staff to include director, deputy director, administrative assistant, 2 part-time code officers, and the rest, code officers. We currently have half that right now. And of those, the administrative assistant doesn't need to be, FACE certified, but 1, 2, 3, 4, we have 5 of them FACE certified.
Okay, cool. I was just reviewing the job applications, and I almost feel like we should have one for like a crossing guard. That way, I feel like more people would apply for a crossing guard application as opposed to a code compliance officer, and it might be easier to fill.
That's a good question. Part of the sell that I made last year in order to get the amount of, Destin is very specific, I think, around the state in as far as what code does, and I think I put that in the overview. But one of the things is, the crossing guard duties are split between Public Works, Parks Department, and code compliance. And so, like, hey, if we get us all the people we're asking for, we'll take over crossing guard duties full-time from those other departments because they obviously have important jobs as well. We're going to need their assistance to start the year because we're down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But the officers get crossing guard certified, and again, specifically, if you're just doing that, then you're not getting the benefit of having them do the other duties that a code officer would be doing. So.
Okay. I guess last question. I noticed that we're having like a lot of different registrations. What there's short-term rental, livery, beach vendor. We'll see if we have what condo short-term renters or down the line.
Mm-hmm.
Is it worthwhile for us to even look at potentially having like a registration department where like code compliance can focus more on actually with?
I'm not opposed to that. That's worthy of a conversation. Like I said, there's a lot of different things that code is responsible for, and even with the additional staffing that we had, now we've lost a few for a variety of reasons. They're doing yeoman's work out there and remarkable work.
Mm-hmm.
But that registration process does take a long time, and takes up a lot of time. So, I would definitely be willing to explore some other ideas. So.
Okay, cool. Well, appreciate it so much.
Yep. All right, Councilwoman Hebert.
I think it's about maybe 5-6 weeks ago, I was told by somebody, hey, code department, a bunch of them walked out. They're down to about 4 or 5 people. I'd sent an email to Lewis. Lewis sent an email to you. You replied back, no, we've had a couple guys leave. One was attrition and one gave us notice.
Mm-hmm.
We're still good to go. But while you were on your vacation, there was like literally maybe 2 code guys that could handle what was going on. So there's like all these cases that are like follow-ups, and there's no follow-up. On 4 different places, there's neighbors that complain. They're like, what's going on? Is nobody working? And so, I mean, I realize you're shorthanded, but you're really shorthanded now, correct?
We're missing half the staff. And I mean, I'm glad you brought it up. I mean, we can all talk about pay for, city employees and whatnot. I'm sure every local government faces that same issue. So it's no different here. I mean, we did have a few, leave for different, for higher paying positions. We had one, this was a little while ago, it was here for 30 days left for, better paying position. We had one here for 2 weeks left for better paying position. We had one that was set to start the day before she was going to start, took another job elsewhere. We had a couple officers that were, like retirement age, and they left to do other things and be with their families. And we partnered with a couple that needed to be partnered with. So that gets us to where we're at now. My recommendation, what I would like to see happen is, we're one of the few departments in the state that works the amount of days and hours that we do. And I understand that, you want a lot of coverage. But the majority of our issues occur during the week and during the weekday. And especially now with the limited staffing we have, if we got one officer working afternoons tonight. If he were to call off sick, you'd have no coverage, anyways. So I'd like to see us, come back right now for at least a little while to a straight day shift, 7 to 4, 8 to 5, maybe even 9 to 6, something like that. And so I have more people working at the same time to address more problems at the same time, and they can lean on each other and support each other and back each other up. That's what I'd like to see happen, but, take any input or ideas or anything you have.
Well, as the director, I would fully support you bringing that to the city manager, and it's justifiable now that you're down to 5 employees. It kind of makes no sense that you have nights and weekends and all that when you barely have enough to take care of your 9 to 5 deal.
Sure.
The other question is, in the hiring process, is it stress to these people that this is a job that you're not going to be like hugged and loved on, like, the sheriff goes in and gets a free meal because he works hard, and then you're going to be always the negative naysayer? The expectation of what these employees are going to have to do, is that shared with them in like hiring process? Because I think we're probably not hiring the right people that understand that you can't wear your heart on your sleeve. You got to take this job with a grain of salt. This is your job, is always enforcing those that need to know what the rules are.
Sure.
And that are always trying to skirt past them.
Two things. I think I understand what you're saying. I do think we're hiring the right people. And again, some of them have left for other reasons. It is explained to them what this job entails. Now, again, you might not really understand it until you get out there. We've had one resident, email for over 470 times in the last 90 days, with issues or concerns. So it's until you experience it, kind of like being a police officer. You don't know about it until you're out there, and so we try to explain it to them. We give them the layout of what it is. They go through the field training, but it's an experience once you get out there.
All right, Councilman Guile.
Hey, Troy, how are you?
Outstanding. Yourself?
I'm all right. I appreciate the fact you're giving the politically correct version of why some of these people left.
Stating facts.
Well, you know that I have a personal relationship with several of these people, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know that during that time, I asked them specifically why they left, and money was the third. That was the absolute third reason why some of these people left. And I don't know if you're comfortable with me explaining to the council why 1 and 2, and if you're not, I'll stop right now.
You ask me questions, I'll answer them.
All right. Well, the first one, and this isn't a question, but I'll tell you, the first response I got from the majority is the lack of support from council. Whenever they work their butt off to find these people breaking the law or infractions, and we just give away the farm when they're up here. That really irritates these people. The second one was lack of control of citizens, the way that the citizens can just attack them through email directly and not give them peace of mind and go through the proper chain of command. And the third was money. So it's not strictly a money issue. There's a more serious issue in my mind, and no matter who we put in that place, if we don't correct 1 and 2, I don't think we're ever going to keep somebody in that role. But back to this other question. So this is about a citizen that's contacted me and asked me specifically about the statistics. And I might be asking this wrong because I try to write this down.
Mm-hmm.
But on the informational only, what they were asking is if the registration stickers you put on the signs, is that counted as a case?
It can be. This year, before we would give the registration stickers to the owner of the STR, their property manager to put on there. And then we wouldn't always get the follow-up picture to include in the case. So this year, we wanted to try to, put them on ourselves and see how that went since we had more staffing. So we would send out officers with stacks of them, and that would be one informational case. And not just, we weren't putting 1,200 stickers and have 1,200 cases. So again, and I think I sent this in an email today, of the little over 3,000 cases so far this year, 271 are listed as informational cases. And just some of the examples that those, I had Darlene pull them up earlier, responded to a beehive complaint, fire and burn pits on the beach, homelessness issues, a shopping cart in the right-of-way, a deep freezer in the right-of-way, a first aid request, again, short-term rental checks, pole light inoperable, dogs on the beach. That's just to name several of them. I mean, there's others. So specifically to your question, it isn't, there isn't 1,200 informational cases because there's 1,200 short-term rentals. I mean, we would lump them all into, if, Officer Smith went out and put 50 of them out, that'd be one case.
All right. Well, again, that was for a citizen's question, not mine specifically, but I appreciate your answer.
We're all about transparency.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Bagby.
What's a proactive case? You talked about proactive cases. Is this, what is that?
Proactive case is simply anything a code officer, he or she, goes out and initiates on their own without receiving a call from a citizen, an email, or a complaint through Energov.
Okay, and what normally starts a proactive case? Other than they observe something, I mean, are you doing right-of-way? Are you doing parking? Or is it just all 200 pieces of the code that could possibly be violated?
It's what they see. It's what they see when they're out driving around. I mean, I don't mean to oversimplify it, and I think you would understand. Proactive is them, again, going out and finding something. Reactive is somebody calling us to tell us about it. I mean, it's that simple.
So when I was reading through your report, a couple of things struck me. First of all, we have you doing the wrong things. Okay, we're asking you to do the wrong things. Short and long-term rental registration and enforcement. I get the enforcement, your code enforcement officers. Why are you doing the registration?
That's how it was when I.
Yeah, okay. That's the
I
way
think
we've
code's
always
been doing
done
it for
it.
a
Is
while.
a bad answer. So I like you, Troy, but you're not gonna have a good answer when, and it's not your fault, because that is the way we've always done it. But then I go to livery vessel registration and enforcement. I get the enforcement. You are code enforcement. Why are you doing the registration? My God, we got enough admin people, When I got my parking sticker, I finally got a parking sticker, by the way, my first one. I went into City Hall with my registration and my driver's license, and I got my parking sticker. Heck, put 2 people there, okay? And say, do all the beach vendor registration and enforcement. Why are you doing the registration? The parking enforcement, I got paid parking, right-of-way parking, I got that. Crossing guards, why on God's green earth, or even Public Works, the school system, you want to look at how much money they bring in every year? Let me tell you, it is hundreds of millions, if not, I think we're over $1 billion. Are we close?
Half a bill.
Yeah, okay. And we're providing the crossing guards for I get it, it's our kids, we love our kids, but the school system gets paid, gets our money, gets more of our money than the city does, and they can't provide the school crossing guards for there, I mean, there are enough parents that would volunteer. I would have volunteered when my girls, because they walked to school when they went to elementary school, you know, I would have volunteered to do that. So why are we doing, you know, stop work orders? I get that. Beach patrol, okay? The sheriff has a beach patrol. I mean, I get it. There's a dog, that's a code. You're gonna go down there. Dogs aren't allowed on the beach in Destin. You gotta go to Walton County. You gotta have your little tag and all this stuff. But half the stuff we have you doing, you and your team doing, in my mind, we shouldn't have you doing. Now that's where we're wrong, to Councilman Giles wrong. Where I think I question yours is you had, in this report, I think 12 people. 14, maybe you had 14. Okay, 2 part-times, 6 guards, and then 6 admin people. You had a cashier. Okay, here, this just amazed me. Let me pull it up here, and I think I will.
Troy, I believe those were examples of other code enforcement schedules. Those aren't yours, because we don't have cashier or any of those other positions. Those were just example schedules.
Well, why are they in our report?
Are you talking about this thing?
Yeah.
You've got the code director, the administrative assistant, the
Right.
deputy director, and the ops training coordinator, and the rest are code officers.
Okay, but then go down to the next page.
I'm not sure which one you're referring to.
Let me pull it up. Yeah. So you got code schedules. You got a manager. You got a cashier. You got 2 front desk people. So is this someplace else? Because I assumed this was our code schedule for Tuesday and then Wednesday. And if it's
Can I
not
see what-
ours, why the heck is it in here?
I'm not sure what you're looking
Yeah,
at.
page 2 of the shift schedule, the second
Yeah.
Can I see that?
See, they're not his. They copied another county's code. They didn't delete the other pages. So the first page is yours, that's it?
This is it. I didn't
Yeah,
put that.
just top page, just
schedule in
page
there.
1 of
Okay.
7.
So, city manager, what are those sheets? Why are they in this report?
Yeah, this item was prepared before Lewis and Troy left on vacation. So I assumed that the 2 of them had gone through the packet in detail. He just returned today after publication, and neither of them were
So what
here
are
to
these shift schedules?
describe this.
Well, currently, I mean, again, what you're looking at, I didn't put in there. And this is our shift schedule.
Yeah, just look at page 1.
Page
No,
1.
I got
Yeah.
that.
Okay. So you can, whatever that other thing is, you can scrap that, because that's not
So
accurate.
is that not our people?
Again, I don't have that in front of me. I didn't put that in there. I don't know what
And
that
we
is.
don't have a city manager right now.
So delete those from your project pages. They're not theirs.
All right, what are we getting at?
Well, the point is you have half your folks doing code enforcement and half your folks not doing code enforcement.
That's not exactly true, because we have the deputy director, we have the director, we had a deputy director, and we have an administrative assistant. Everybody else is a code officer. Well, we had the ops training coordinator because we had an additional supervisor because we had more staff.
Okay, so nobody's working cashier or front desk?
Correct.
Okay.
And the
I'm sorry,
answer,
Troy, this template that is uploaded on here, this is just a draft template. Your schedule is on the first tab.
Yeah.
The rest of the tabs is just a template that you can populate.
It got deleted.
Yes.
Okay.
Deleted.
Don't show us something if you don't want us to read and ask questions about it. That's the rule you should learn.
We are down some leadership
Okay.
folks.
I mean, if it was somehow attached to this, I apologize, and I didn't notice it. But again, this is what we're doing. That other stuff I somehow didn't realize was in there.
It's a
Okay.
5-page template.
So, in Walton County, they have, as you may be aware, beach code and street code. So the street code inspects the buildings, inspects all, the things that you would expect code enforcement to do, and then the beach code basically enforces the beach codes. you know, the dogs,
Bonfires.
the holes, the bonfires, all that other stuff, and they do go at night. I would disagree with you on, I need everybody 9 to 5, or I predominantly need everybody 9 to 5, because that's not when people violate the codes. That's not when people violate the parking codes. Okay, if you want to see the parking, you know, they can park. No parking overnight. I guarantee you there's not a night goes by that there's not multiple violations of people parking where they're not supposed to be overnight.
Well, we don't have anybody that's ever worked overnight.
No. So why do we have that code then?
Pardon me?
Why do we have that code if we're not going to enforce it? I guess my point is, look, we're asking you, or you're doing things because that's what we've always done, that you should have no business, and that's on us.
I mean, we're following the job description that's what the city's off, you know, saying, this is what you need to be doing, that's what we're doing.
Okay, and we have failed to give you priorities, and we've talked about this before, you know, again, everybody has different priorities. Right-of-way parking, overnight parking, those would be probably two of my biggest ones. Trash cans, obviously. You know, all the registration, I don't want you doing registration. We can hire interns, you know, kids after high school to come in and do registration. You know, fill out this form, give me this form. That is not what we should be paying code enforcement officers to do. And we just need you and the city manager to sit down and say, this is what we're proposing to do. I'm not saying that it's anything bad about, oh, well, we wrote all these tickets. Yeah, I agree with proactive, because too often in the past, all code, not just y'all, because I've had them work for me. Well, we have to give them a warning. We have to give them time to correct it. No, you don't. If you're parked illegally, you don't have to give them a warning so that you come back in 24 hours to see if they move their car. You're parked illegally. That's against the code. Here's your ticket. Have a nice day. And that's, you know, that's just something we have to direct you to do, and we haven't done that yet.
All right, Councilman Schmidt.
Thank you. Thank you, Troy, for being here tonight, and staff as well. Thank y'all. I mean, a couple of comments and some questions, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
I think I feel that most of us, or all of us, have supported your department.
You gave us 5 additional
Right, I was
officers,
going to
right?
say, I mean, I think we've taken a lot of action by supporting the code department. So I definitely think that we're doing that. If we're not doing that, I would hope that you or somebody would come up here and talk to us about that.
Right. And I would hope that these numbers bear out that we're taking those, you know, we're doing a lot more work than had been done before.
Right. And so I do appreciate all your crew, what they're doing all over the city. So the proactive cases, one of my questions you answered to Mr. Bagby, and that makes sense. So I guess that means then that 60% of the cases through July you're considering have been proactive. Because I took, I'll tell you how I got that. I took 1,700 approximately. It's on that little chart you put in the map. It says 1,798 proactive cases. And then there's a total on a chart that says we've had total of 5,032. Oh, that was last year.
It turns out being 64% though.
64, okay, yeah. So 64%, is that, I mean, that's I guess
Yeah,
you
I mean,
agree
of
with
the-
that? I mean, obviously that's the numbers, right?
As I'm looking at it, and I need a calculator, but when I gave you the July 15th update, there was 2,955 total cases, 1,903 which were considered proactive cases.
Right, so, yeah, so 64% of your total cases are proactive according to the numbers here. When we look at beach, do we have jurisdiction like all along the beach behind condo properties to like do code enforcement behind a private property or condo?
Well, I mean, again, if there's a private condo, if they're in, you know, up in the...
Is it the beach chairs? Is that the only thing that we could do something to? We have jurisdiction over the vendor.
The beach vendors, yes.
But then like, anything else happening like on the sand, like we don't.
Well, I mean, again, if we're driving by and see a sand hole that's dangerous, we're probably going to stop and say something. I mean, I don't think you'd want us driving by it.
Gotcha. Do we know the 2024 livery vessel registration numbers? I saw that they were not added on here. I think that's season registration is closed for livery vessels.
Well, I'm showing 564 livery vessel registrations complete on 2024 at the bottom of this.
2024. That's in our packet?
Yes, sir.
Compliance Department stats for 2024. Here's what it looks like. There you go.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you. Different table. Sorry about that. Didn't
No
look at
worries.
That one. Okay. When you look at the map, which thank you for providing that map.
I'd like to thank Corey from GIS and helping us out there, and Andy.
I'm just making assumptions and generalizations here, so I mean, I could be wrong, but if I look at the top of the map, that's everything except Crystal Beach, basically. That's Holiday Isle, Destin proper. You know, when you look at the bottom, that's Crystal Beach. I can't count them all, but a lot of the dots are in Crystal Beach. A lot of the dots.
Yes.
Which I would assume those are probably like short-term rental registrations or noise beach stuff,
Absolutely.
ice cream, things like that. So when you look at, you know, the one above, Destin proper, you know, it's got some dots, but it's lacking the same amount, I guess you would say. On your patrol zones, we have Crystal Beach, Holiday Isle Harbor, north of 98, and then Beach. Who comes up with those zones? Is that
Lewis and I discussed them.
okay? So, do you have like if staffing per zone in a perfect world, or
We currently don't have this, I mean, I can't
if we had a full staff? I mean, is it?
I mean, I could, again, put one person in each zone, but again, because we have, even with if we had all 16 employees, even with the spread out coverage of hours and staffing, again, you're gonna have not as many people in the evening that you do on the day shift, and so you're not gonna have all 4 zones covered. So we could do that on the day shift.
In the day shift, we could have all 4 zones.
Assuming
be
we're fully staffed.
covered, right? You know, because some of the questions I always get are, you know, like, Kevin, why can't we clean up this area of town? Or why is it my neighbor is, you know, doesn't get in trouble, but I did, and things like that. And we've talked about priorities. We've talked about, well, they got complained and then you didn't, and types of things. I mean, when I look at your top 7 code violations for 2024, you know, I feel like some of the overall numbers get kind of skewed because 471 code violations are snipe signs, which are yard signs, right? I mean,
Yes.
political signs, garage sale signs.
Mostly in the rights of way.
In the rights of way. You know, and so when we talk, I mean, I guess they pick up a sign, they put it in their computer, that's a code?
That's an entry, yeah.
An entry. Parking is 405 violations. Is that like the parking lots that we have?
Probably mostly right-of-way parking violations.
Okay. Right, and then we have right-of-way protection. What would that mean?
Again, if it, encroachment into the right-of-way, not necessarily through parking.
Okay, gotcha. Well, then the third one was short-term rental, you know, issues.
That can be a variety of, you know, whether it's noise, garbage, registration, you know, they don't have their sticker, parking.
You know, do you think your department should be doing registration, like Mr. Bagby mentioned, you know, kind of brought up? We've always done that. Is that something that you feel like your department should do?
I mean, it's
if not,
my understanding, it's, you know, code has been its responsibility for several years.
Right, but
and
like, it's your department. Do you think the code enforcement department should be handling the registration?
There's some synergy in that because we're doing the enforcement of it, and I understand, you know, Councilwoman Bagby had, you know, maybe you can get some interns or clerical staff, but, you know, each STR has to submit certain documents. They got to get a BTR, you know, Florida dwelling license, and all that stuff's got to be reviewed. And I don't know that you want, you know, an intern maybe reviewing all the stuff where, people's time, money, efforts, are being reviewed. You want somebody who knows the system. So I would make an argument, yes, that we probably should be doing it, but I'm open to the conversation of like, are there other ways to do it?
Right. Yeah, always open for a conversation, but, I would hope I don't want to micromanage every single department in the city of Destin.
Sure.
And so.
Nor would we want that.
Right. I don't think it's our job to do that, in my opinion. So if you, as a director, don't want to do certain things or do want to do certain things, I'm hoping that, that will come to you through the city manager and then to the city council. Priorities, I don't get too caught up on priorities for me and the people I talk to in town. It's more of just treating everybody equally, right? It's making sure the streets of Destin are safe and clean and whatnot. And I get the proactive numbers that you've given. To me, it seems it's crazy that 64% of our cases are proactive. But I'll take it like what you have. But I still feel, in my opinion, that there's a big piece missing of taking care of Destin citizens, residents as number one priority. I mean, when you look through the dots, if that's Crystal Beach and mainly short-term rental, those are our visitors. I get it. Those are the businesses maybe. But when you look at what's not happening proactively is Main Street, inner streets, Kelly, Beach, all of the majority of the city and where people live every single day. And those are the calls that I get from people that have issues. How do you fix that? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe Mr. Bagby talks about priorities. We need to tell y'all what priorities are. I would rather have the sheriff's department, who has beach patrol, be enforcing beach stuff, and then when they need a code enforcement officer to do something for the city, then we go out there. That would be my thought. That's one idea for me. I would rather have people in that zone in the old time Destin doing proactive stuff where they're driving around the streets and seeing those things whenever you get back to full staff, hopefully. I don't think we need to prioritize livery vessels, short-term vessels, or rentals and do that. I think we just need to do the job that hopefully is there and treat everybody equally. And
I mean, I feel like we're doing that. And again, Destin is very unique, and I've done some research. I mean, you want to change your responsibilities and what's in the job description, we can have that conversation, but I don't think you're going to find another code department that does as many different job duties as you'll see here in this city.
Right, you guys do a lot. I agree with you, and you provide that to us. You guys do short-term rental registration, livery vessel registration, investigation of illegal charters, beach vendor registration, beach patrol, issuance of warning citations and notice of hearings and all that. Like, I get it, y'all do a lot, but half of those things, in my opinion, are not even City of Destin residential code stuff, and in the very beginning of your mission of the code department, it talks about hometown department and having a community type of things. And those things affect our community, I agree, but maybe we do need to look at having some police officer code enforcement guys that just do these, knocking down doors, and then we have some community outreach folks that do the crossing guards and do the,
Y'all gonna turn into a SWAT team.
riding on a bicycle and riding through the back streets of Destin and just, because it says through education, that says your mission through education. And maybe we need to look at doing that, and that's just a thought, but I know I'm rambling, but I know we've been talking for a while for code enforcement to be here, but I just, I appreciate what all you guys do, but, unfortunately, the loudest of the complainers are things that we always hear about. We don't see the stuff that goes on. And I get that too, but I still feel like City of Destin's code department could do better for the residents of Destin. And I truly feel like that, and I know many people do as well.
How do I say? I mean, I offered this when I first got here, I'll offer it again. I welcome you all to come out at any time you want, even if it's for a couple hours, and do a ride-along with the officers.
Right.
I mean, if it's in the City of Destin code, then in my opinion, it affects the entire City of Destin. So, yeah, I mean, Destin is a tourist community. You've got your homegrown, residents that are here, but you're supported by the tourist community, and that drives a lot of the complaints. So that's where a lot of the complaints are going to be handled. That's just the nature of the beast.
Right.
But I understand what you're saying, and we will continue to look at it and make concerted efforts to get into the neighborhoods.
So my last question is, where do you see the next 6 months, 12 months? Where's your goals here besides trying to get your staff back?
Yeah, I talked to HR today.
What's your hopes?
They've, we're trying to schedule interviews with people that have submitted applications because the applications are online. So try to fast track those as quickly as possible, get them in, get them trained so we can get back up to staffing so we can, again, do more.
And you're training them right
I'll
now?
help, but we've got some, good officers, Alan's one of them, that can, help get them trained. The other thing is the face certification, it's not super convenient. They don't hold a ton of classes on this side of the state. They do a few. I mean, it was the first time ever that Destin was able to host one. We hosted one last year. And so we've established a pretty good relationship with them, and hopefully we'll get another one, to come back. And so, it costs money to send them, travel per diem or hotel and whatnot. So, I mean, training is a high priority with me, and we will get them trained when we get them on. So,
All right, Councilman Destin.
Thank you, sir. I just want to remind everybody that Troy works for the city manager, not us. City manager works for us. If we're going to tell something, or if we feel something should be a priority, it goes to the city manager, then to him. And we do need to do more of that. If 64% of our cases are proactive, that means they weren't a priority other than the officers saw something. So we need to do a better job on those priorities. We also need to do a better job on probably education on the code. I know the sheriff's department has an attorney that works for them and tells them what the law is when necessary. And the sheriff's department doesn't do code enforcement. They're trying to keep the cities and the streets safe. If they did code enforcement, we wouldn't need a code enforcement board, and we would need about 3 times as many sheriff's deputies as we have now. And appreciate you being here tonight. And I'm just puzzled about, do you have a priority list at all?
I mean, our priority, life safety issues are the first thing that we have. I mean, again, typically, we get a lot of calls for parking, noise, short-term rental, non-registration. Give you the list of some of the other things that come up. But I mean, life safety, if there's and again, do all the stop work orders for community development, they ask us to do something, so.
And I'm constantly getting queries about, and this is just information only, I'm not telling you to do anything, about, the beach vending. Is that a priority? I mean, it appears from the reports I've gotten that we still continue to have vendors going up and down the beach with wheeled carts that are not in the water.
I mean, it's a priority. I mean, again, but with lack of staffing, it's hard to be out there 8 hours a day, 7 days a week.
How many tickets, how many citations have we issued in the last 3 months? Do you know?
A couple. But again, getting a picture on an email that you may have also gotten doesn't necessarily mean that's when it happened and that's where it's happened.
Yeah,
so
I get that
okay.
part.
Yeah.
But if you're not out there, you have to be out there.
Yeah, can't fix it if we're not there.
And I would think that if we haven't made that a priority, we have, because otherwise it's obvious that we just are not enforcing a rule that really has been brought to the forefront on us. And if you think you've given a couple of citations?
I can get you a hard number, but I think it's at least a couple.
You could get one for me, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that would just be information only. I'm not telling you to do anything. We will discuss a priority at the next meeting, perhaps, since it's not on the agenda tonight. But that's it in the instructional part. I know you get new guys, and have had quite a few new guys coming in and out. And do you have classes where perhaps a city attorney or an attorney who's familiar with the code tried to explain to what your guys, exactly what the code says?
Absolutely. We've had meetings with Kim and community development separately over the course of this last year at different times to help us understand what you want us to do, specifically things you want us to focus on. And again, with some changeover, that's a reoccurring thing that needs to happen. And I know we've talked about making that a monthly thing.
So you're working with maybe the attorney on a weekly basis or a semi?
We talk fairly
monthly?
often.
We used to have training. I don't think we've done it in like 6 or 7 months maybe. So we probably need to restart that. But we used to have it. We were trying to do monthly, and then I think there was some turnover, and somehow it stopped. But we probably need to re-implement that.
Yeah, and I would think that is very important, so make sure that they understand what the codes are, and I'll be making a motion at the next meeting, since you work for us, to make that happen. And so we can go forward with that.
Sure.
I got to listen to them, Trey.
I know your time is very stretched, particularly with our city manager out of the picture at the moment, so I don't want to stress you out right away, but that's something we need to get back to.
I'm not stressed about it. I think it's helpful for them and community development and all of us to get on the same page. So we do well when we have those more regularly.
Okay, and, finally, I'd say you touch people in the community more than anybody. The only people who touch them more, I suppose, with a bigger, heavier touch is law enforcement.
Sure.
So we need to make sure that the relationship between you and the public is good, and the best way to do that is to make sure that we understand what the law is and that they understand. So that to me is one of our issues. The other issue is, we've got to get our arms around the beach vending and make sure that if our ordinance says you can't do it, and maybe we'll change the ordinance if the council so votes. But if it says you can't do it and it's been going on for 6 or 8 months blatantly, which it sounds like, we need to make that a priority and straighten that issue out. Otherwise, it makes the rest of our enforcement efforts not have much teeth in them.
Absolutely. Since you mentioned, I just recalled that I believe we have one of those cases. Oh, sorry. I believe we have one of those beach vending cases going to court. And so I think, depending on which way the judge or magistrate rules, will give us some, good direction. So I think I just wanted to mention that. Kind of like with the last year's, the 20-foot mean high water line ruling by the judge with the beach vendors. I think that was helpful for us, or for the city.
It appears to me that rule is irrelevant since I've not seen one in the water yet. I've seen them on the beach, and clearly we do have jurisdiction there.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
All right, Councilman Bagby, let's wrap this up.
Yeah, on the dot map, is that a direct feed from your database, or did you have to manually build that?
I'd have to check with Corey, but I think he was able to somehow pull that through the addresses.
Okay, good. I would think that there was an automated way to do that.
Yeah.
Because to Councilman Schmidt's point, I was amazed to see that there were only 3 complaints in Indian Bayou. Okay, one of the most populous neighborhoods in this entire city, and there was only 3 complaints. And I would say, not that I'm defending Crystal Beach, but there are a lot of full-time residents in Crystal Beach, and they probably are the ones that are calling you going, hey, it's 10 o'clock, and the people next door who think because they're spending $3,000 or $4,000 this week to stay in that house next door, think they can party till 2 a.m. Would you please, go over, do something about them?
Right.
Because, and I've had, I don't call y'all, I call our neighborhood security and say, hey,
sure,
tell the boys to go to bed next door. I got to get up and go to work, or they're going to be very sad when I lay on that horn at 6 a.m. when I get ready to pull out, but I wouldn't want to be that kind of neighbor. But
well, this is just the
but I could be
proactive cases. It doesn't,
Yeah.
Doesn't show that. I mean, there could be calls to, that location you're saying is just not listed in this, on this sheet.
Okay.
All right, that wraps up any discussion. Is there anything from our end that we can help you guys with off the top of your head?
It got touched on by a couple of the council people. Just the support to the, as Councilman Destin said, other than law enforcement, we're probably the most, visible out there. And, you know, the code officers, you know, need to know that they're supported. And, you know, there has been some, you know, verbal beatings taken by code, you know, either through email or in person. I mean, whatever it's worth, I was verbally assaulted Friday as I was leaving in the lobby by a lady who needed to say something. And so, I mean, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it, but, you know, I had 2 other code officers who witnessed that. So knowing that you are all aware that these things happen, you see them, that they know that they're supported. So that would be my, you know, urge to you.
Yeah, and I think to piggyback off that, I think while we also need a priority list, we should also, whether it's a verbal pledge for whatever council's up here, that all the squeaky wheels go through the same pipe. Because I think getting attacked from 8 different voters or 8 different elected officials on a topic, it's probably overwhelming from time to time if we're all coming at different people with different side asks, because we're all getting bombarded on our own platforms of whatever that may look like. So,
sure.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. That's just informational.
Thanks, Troy.
All right.
Appreciate the time.
Yeah, appreciate you, Troy.
Thanks.
And the whole code team. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Crystal, moving right along. I'm just going to lie to everyone.
All right, so Andy, you're going to invite Jerry Ford to be on Teams so he can listen to this item. The next item that we have is regarding the proposals that we're going to issue to request proposals from underwriters and from bankers for the $25 million that we need to borrow. So at the previous meeting, council requested that we revise the proposals that we're going to put out on or request for proposals that we're going to put out on the street. Both items were updated to alert bankers that we're looking at potential bond issuance through an underwriter, and to tell the underwriters that we're also looking at a potential bank loan option. Both items were updated to inform respondents that the top 3 firms from each category, both banks and underwriters, are expected to attend the September 16th council meeting to discuss their proposals. We also refreshed the underwriter request for proposals to explicitly request that the underwriters estimate interest rate ranges based on their perception of the city's potential credit rating. And we updated the one to the banks to explicitly request a variety of rates and structures, including potential to renegotiate rates after 5 years. So that would be equivalent to a balloon payment, the way we phrased it, so that at that point in time you could either choose to pay off and close out the loan or to refinance with them or with anybody else. This afternoon we took advice that council would prefer potentially to have that at a 10-year level. So we changed the wording from 5-year rate renewal to a 10-year balloon payment. So I have, let's see, Jerry Ford, are you able to hear us? And are we able to hear him? There he is.
I can hear you just fine.
Great. So I have Jerry Ford, if you'd like to speak briefly to this and then open this up for council discussion.
Sure. We have 2 structures here. One is through a bank loan, a loan which would be 15 years in length, a 15-year amortization with a 10-year balloon, or a 20-year amortization with a 10-year balloon. Both of those would give you 10-year rates. One, the 20-year amortization would most likely result in a slightly higher interest rate because it's longer average life, and by the time you got to the 10-year period where the balloon was, you would have less of a loan paid off. So the 15-year would have a little bit more aggressive amortization. That would be on the bank loan side. We have identified more than 20 banks that this request will be going out to. We have a list of about 40, but we think it's about 22, 23 of them may have an interest. And so with council's direction, we would send it out to them. The second is a proposal for underwriters of a tax-exempt bond issue in the public markets. They would come in and structure a transaction for 20 years, and they would go out at a time certain after the documents were put together, an offering statement was developed and published. They would go into the market and then take orders for those bonds and come back and offer the city an interest rate based on investor interest. I think it's important to point out here that the two proposals will not allow you to compare apples and apples. One is basically a 10-year loan with a 20-year amortization, while the underwriting is a 20-year loan that has a feature built into it, what we call a call date or an optional redemption feature that would allow you as the city to go in and pay it off in 10 years with no prepayment penalty. So but you don't have to do that. You could leave it out there and it could stay anywhere from 10 years all the way out to the final maturity of 20 years at your choice, with you having the ability to take it away from the investors at any time. The bank loan is somewhat different. 10 years, you would have a balloon payment. You could renegotiate the interest rate with that bank or with another bank at that given time, but the rate would be reset. So you have a 10-year rate versus a 20-year rate on the underwriting side. And that is, in both would be, the underwriting is prepayable. The 10-year bank loan is basically expires at that point unless you and the bank elects to renew it or you elect to go with another bank. Crystal, is that pretty much in a nutshell show what you understand?
Yes, so let's let council members go ahead and ask their questions.
All right, Councilor
Sure.
Schmidt.
Yeah, thank you for being here tonight. Can you, either Crystal, touch on the last thing that you just said when you were presenting this, that something was changed from a 5 to a 10 or a 10 to a 5? I didn't
Yes.
quite grasp what you said there.
In the invitation to negotiate with banks, the way we had currently, after last meeting, what we wrote was to ask the bankers to give us 15 and 20-year, let's see, make sure I'm looking at the right one, 15 and 20-year amortization schedules, level funded, so fixed rate for up to 5 years with a 5-year interest rate reset. And this afternoon, it was requested that we change that 5-year interest rate reset to a 10-year interest rate reset. And Mr. Ford, as the financial advisor to the city, based on all your years' experience, could you just explain to council how this might affect potential proposals from both bankers and underwriters?
Sure. If I could clarify just for a second. We did not, in the original bank loan ITN that you saw, we did not ask for a 10-year rate. We did ask for 5 years with a reset. We have changed that to a 10-year balloon. So basically the rate will be for 10 years with either a 15 or 20-year amortization. We'll have a balloon payment at the end. You have the ability at that point to negotiate a new rate with a bank, either the existing bank or a new bank at your liking, but it does have a balloon payment with it. So in the bank world, the shorter, we had also asked for a fixed rate of 15 years and of 20 years. Eliminating that request for a long-term fixed rate will mean that it puts more banks in a position to bid on it, because not all banks will go out 15 years and not all banks will go out 20 years. So from that standpoint, you may get more interest in the loan. The requirement for the top 3 bank proposals to come and make a presentation to the city at a city council meeting might discourage some banks that are not locally domiciled from presenting a proposal. It may or may not. So that is in a nutshell what that does. It does not limit the market by putting in that 10-year structure. It actually broadens out the number of banks that can give you a 10-year rate, because not all will go out 15 or 20 years. It has no effect on the publicly offered bond issue side, because a 20-year transaction with a 10-year option to prepay is very standard within the market.
Councilman Schmidt, anything else?
Yeah, I know we've talked about this a couple times, and we've had some changes brought back I'll go ahead and just kick off the recommended motion to release the RFQ and ITN as proposed on August 7, 2024.
All right, I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All right, second from Councilwoman Abear. Councilman Schmidt, anything else? All right, Councilman Destin up next.
Thank you, Mayor. I've dealt with a lot of banks over the years, and very few of them want to go past 10 years now. So it appears to me that we're writing this RFQ in a manner that we're not going to get much response. Matter of fact, I don't know any that'll go 15 or 20 years. The other question is why we went from a 5-year to a 10-year interest renegotiation. It was requested by who, Crystal?
Councilman Bagby.
And I'm sure he'll explain to me why that was a good idea. But my problem with it is that by telling the banks they have to do a 10 to 15 year amortization, we are probably going to cut the great majority of them out of bidding at all. And why would we want to do that?
Mr. Ford, I'd appreciate if you would respond to that.
Sure. We do not believe that a 10-year balloon will significantly degrade the number of people who will place a proposal in for you. We believe that that will draw significant interest. We think a 20-year fixed rate would, or a 15-year fixed rate, but the balloon will help that out. There are certain banks who will base their willingness to place a bid on the overall average life of the transaction. So some who would find the average life of that 20-year amortization or that 15-year amortization too long would be discouraged from bidding. But overall, we think that there is a reasonable market, a reasonable number of banks who will submit at that level. We are indifferent. It's a policy direction from the council that we are happy to follow as to whether or not it's a 10-year balloon or a 5-year balloon. We're happy to put them both in for you to see where you are. That is simply an item of preference, but we don't think it has a fundamental impact on the number of bidders at this point.
I'm afraid I would probably disagree with that. And my question is, I've been exposed to RFQs and bids now for 35, 40 years, both at the city and the county school district level. And I have noticed that we oftentimes craft RFQs to narrow down who we want to be able to really participate. I would hope we're not doing this here. The way that we can guarantee that we're not doing this here is just to invite the banks to give us their best deal. Any reason we can't do that?
We can certainly do it any way that council would direct us to do it, and we're happy doing that. If you want to be able to compare the offers that you get from the various banks, then those offers will have to be structured in a similar manner. Otherwise, you'd be comparing apples with oranges.
I'm pretty good at comparing apples and oranges, and I think the city council is too. I would like to see what the best deal is somebody wants to give us, and then we can figure out if it's apples or oranges. So tell me how we can craft that to make it as easy as we can for banks to give us a good deal.
Well, we can go back to a structure that says, tell us the longest term for which you would provide us a loan that's structured for a level debt service, and tell us what rate that loan would be, and tell us whether or not it would have a prepayment penalty for early prepayment beginning in, you pick the number of years, whether it's beginning in 5 years or 10 years, and at any time thereafter. You could do it that way. So it's left wide open to each bidder to say, no, I'll go 7 years, I'll go 8, I'll go 10, I'll go 12. You can do that. It makes it very difficult to analyze and I think award it on a basis that can't be questioned later, but that's fine. That's the policy decision. I guess what I would ask is, we have sort of conflicting interest from the council. And if y'all can decide what you'd like to see, we'll be happy to craft it and bring that back to you. And I believe that we can do that and we can make it effective for you, but we need to have some surety as to what you actually want as a body.
Okay, and you had a pretty good idea of it at the first part of that explanation, and that's all I'm asking you to do is to use your expertise to try to convey in the RFQ that's what we're looking for. And if you can do it in a level playing field manner, that would be good too. But I would like to see at least the bank side of it, give them an opportunity to be creative and tell us what the best deal is they can give us, rather than the road we're headed down right now, which may preclude some of them from even bidding if they don't want to go to that strict directions we have in the RFQ.
Can council as a body give us a direction to do that as opposed to being very specific?
I'll make a substitute motion that directs you on the banking side of the ledger to do that very thing, and you come back with us. You don't even need to come back with us as far as I'm concerned. I have confidence that you can do it. And so I'll make that as a substitute motion that you craft part of the RFQ that goes to the banking side to allow them some latitude and creativity in offering us a good deal.
Okay. I'm confident that we can do that.
Okay. I got a substitute second from Councilwoman Abear. Anything else? Okay, Councilman Bagby?
Yeah, and I have less confidence that you can do that, so I would want to see it before it goes out under our name. And I'll tell you why I structured it, or asked them to restructure it the way they did. Number one, the 5-year rate reset, basically what that said was if you're a bank and you win this bid, in 5 years we'll reset the rate. Not recompete, not go back out to market. We will reset that rate with you. Whereas a balloon, okay, says we're going to pay you off. Now, we may negotiate with you and all this stuff you know, but this is more for everybody else. A balloon says in 10 years, we're going to pay you off. And we can either negotiate with you, or we can negotiate with another bank, or we can negotiate with, you know, the Sandman and say, hey, we got a better rate, your rate's offering. So the reason the 10-year balloon was because banks won't go 15 or 20 years. So if you say we want it amortized over 20 years, we'll do a rate reset in 5 years, most of your banks aren't going to do that, because all they hear is we're doing a 20-year loan, and yeah, we can come back and get a little more money, or you can pay a little less depending on what the rates are in the general market out there. But every 5 years, that's still a 20-year loan, as opposed to a 20-year amortized with a 10-year balloon payment, or a 15-year amortized. The only difference in the AM rates is, you know, if it's 15 years, you're going to be paying more per year for those 10 years that you're paying until you pay off with that balloon payment, or you go find another loan, or you take out of your reserves and make that balloon payment, however you structure that payment. So you will get actually more banks, and I agree with him, you'll get more banks bidding where there's a 10-year balloon as opposed to where there's a 20-year or a 15-year amortization flat rate, where we reset the rates after 5 years, and then we reset them again after another 5 years, and then after another 5 years. So to your point, you get more banks, not less banks with the balloon payment typically. And I assume he said he agreed with that. The other thing is on giving them the flexibility. I want to give them as much flexibility. But the problem is just as was pointed out, you'll get some banks come back with 8-year loan, and quite honestly, we can't make the payments on an 8-year, $25 million loan. I don't even know any other way to say it other than we just don't have that money. So that's why I asked for the longer amortization schedule, is because I want to see, okay, we can make, and then that gives us 10 years to basically figure out how we're going to come up with that balloon payment, or how we're going to negotiate. And in 10 years, you know, our revenues may be twice what they are today. I don't know, because our property values may have doubled or something, but I don't see that. Or we may have gotten a big grant, or we may have gotten something. Somebody died and left us a bunch of money. So I'm trying to do it where we can compare apples to apples, okay, and say, here's just a little base thing, as opposed to, you know, come back and give us your best rate. If we have no structure, we will have 20 different proposals, none of which is really directly comparable to any of the other proposals. And then you're asking, even with Crystal's assistance, a bunch of non-finance people trying to figure out, okay, is the 8-year loan better, or is the 7-year loan? Yeah, they ought to all be able to pay off early. I agree with that. But there's got to be some structure, some minimal structure that allows us to say, okay, here, if this isn't the best structure, that's fine. Because I agree with you. What I saw was we're kind of be taking down the bond route, and I don't like the bond route. But, you know, if that's the best deal we get, then that's the best deal we get. But to do a bank loan, it's got to be somewhere or structured so that we get the most number of banks actually responding to the proposal. And I think with a 10-year balloon, that probably gets you the most number of banks, because anything less than that, if they come in with that, we can't afford to make those payments. Anything more than that, the banks are going to go, no, we don't want to play, because we don't do 12-year loans or 15-year loans or 20-year loans to anybody or any municipality. So I'm just trying to find a sweet spot and a structure that allows the most banks to come in and give us a proposal. And nothing says that they come in and they all have, you know, a 15 or 20-year AM plan, and they basically, the only difference is the rate and maybe some of the language in it, and we say, okay, just like we always authorize the staff to negotiate and say, okay, we authorize you to go negotiate with these folks to see if you can't get just a little bit better, either on the rate or on the terms or on the whatever, and bring that back to us for approval. But sending out an ITN or invitation to bid or our request for proposal that we don't see, I would be adamantly opposed to that. On any proposal, not just
right.
on a $25 million loan.
I think I understand your point, and I don't think you and I are disagreeing, other than a confusion about terms.
Yeah.
A balloon payment versus the ability to pay it off and start over. Your balloon payment is under the guise that we can just pay it off by negotiating loan from someone else. And I don't have a problem with that. Our term for the banks, is it 10 or 15, or is it 15 to 20 in this proposed?
So what we're asking for is 15 to 20-year amortization schedules with a 5 or 10-year balloon payment.
Right, okay, well, that's, the 15 to 20 is what I really have heartache with, because I think that we won't get a lot of banks that are interested in the 15 to 20 amortization. The ones I talk to say, we can't do that. So if I'm going to withdraw the substitute and re-substitute, give a different one that says the 10 to 15 amortization rather than the 15 to 20, I think that would, most of them will go to 10, and that gives us a chance. And we could go back and say, staff, negotiate, but if they don't bid at all, we can't say go negotiate, because they didn't bid, because they were not willing to do that long amortization. So my substitute will simply put 10 to 15 rather than 15 to 20 on the bank side.
Right.
Yeah, and I'll just make the point that at the September 16th meeting, when we bring the responses back, if we continue down the same timeline, which may be adjusted, we'll bring back as well the city's capacity to make the debt service payments at the same time. So you'll have that as part of your review and choice.
Absolutely, and we have a
best
budget
answer.
that we're going to pass before then, don't we?
That's correct.
And if we can't figure out how
That's
to...
public hearing number 2 for the budget.
Yes, and we will figure out how to pay the debt off, or we won't be able, or it will dramatically affect the budget. So I think that we'll be able to figure out how to do it, and we'll soon find out.
All right, Councilman Guile. All right.
Hey, Jerry, I just got a question and I need some verification with. Rate reset. That gives us the opportunity to negotiate a new rate with the same bank, or can we pay off and negotiate with a different bank at reset time? Am I understanding that properly?
I want to be very careful here because there's some confusion on this term. Councilman Bagby is absolutely correct that with a balloon payment, the note, the loan is due and payable on the date of that balloon, unless by mutual agreement, depending upon how the loan is structured, and I've done many of these, you agree with that bank to come up with a new rate that you both are comfortable with, and then you can extend it for the rest of that period. If you are not able to do that, or you don't want to do that, you have the ability to go out and get another loan, pay off that balloon payment, and enter into a new loan for some period of time. So that's what a balloon does for you. Councilman Bagby is absolutely correct. A reset can be structured in one of two ways. It can be structured so that if it's let's call it a 15-year loan, the rate can automatically reset every 5 years with the amortization remaining the same. That is one way that a reset can work. A reset can also work so that that loan reset date is also bilateral, that the rate has to be mutually agreeable between the lender and the borrower. And if it is not, the borrower has the right to pay it off and go out and negotiate a rate with another bank. So it can work exactly like a balloon, but it can keep everything in place as long as you're comfortable with the rates that are being reset. So they work in a very similar fashion depending upon how they're drafted. They can be different if the reset isn't bilateral, but in all the resets that we have done, those terms are bilateral. Both parties have to agree to the reset rate.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Schmidt.
Does the change that's currently proposed in the substitute motion, how does that impact our deadline and timeline?
Well, the change in the substitute motion would not impact the deadline at this point in time. If we go out and shorten it, get rid of the 20 years and just put the 15-year amortization in there, that may pick up a couple more banks that would bid on it. It's not going to eliminate any of those that would have bid on 20, and we believe there are at least a couple, but it will have a higher cash flow requirement because of the shorter amortization.
And the way that it was currently proposed tonight, originally, after we've talked about this at a couple meetings, while some of us might disagree with you, did I hear you say at the beginning that you expect at least 20 banks as it's currently proposed?
We expect to send it out to at least 20 banks. We don't expect that many to come in.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Bagby.
Trying to remember which button to push. Okay, so Ray, what is the substitute motion? Because I just want to make sure I understand. Because I think what I heard is we're just changing, we're getting rid of the 20-year
amending the RFP,
amortization.
putting 15 to 20 years amortization period rather than 20 years.
Okay, so we're having them still bring back two amortization schedules. Just one is 10 years and one is 20 years. 15 years, I'm sorry. Yeah. One is 10 and one is 15 years. So still two schedules. Is that correct?
So my second question to that, just to clarify this revised motion. So we would like to put in the ITN, the invitation to negotiate with the banks, a 10-year and a 15-year amortization schedule. And would you still like the verbiage to be with a 10-year balloon, or would you prefer with a 10-year bilateral rate reset?
It sounds like they're almost the same.
They are.
Is that correct?
They are. Yes, that's correct. It really doesn't matter. We can leave the term balloon if you're more comfortable with that.
So it's the same, then we're leaving that exactly like it is now.
So it was originally rate reset, but this afternoon it was requested we change rate reset to the word balloon, which
Or
makes
bilateral
the
renegotiation.
bilateral rate reset just allows us to continue with that bank and that loan if we wish to at that time.
Yeah, we could put either or.
So the question I would have for you, and I just want to be, I want to be very careful here that I don't misinterpret council's intent. Is your goal to achieve a fixed rate for at least 10 years? Or do you want rate risk beyond that? Because if you put in this 5-year reset, basically you're going to lock in a 5-year rate, and then you have that exposure again in 5 years, and that exposure again in another 5 years. So how long do you want to lock out that rate risk?
Are we changed it from 5 to 10, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That was the request this afternoon, yes, sir.
And if that is something that we think is important, then I would go along with it.
So to summarize, the revised motion is to request 10 and 15-year amortization schedules with a 10-year rate reset, bilateral.
Yeah. Now, my only misgiving about that is I believe interest rates are going to go down. And if they do go down, we don't get to another bite at the apple for 10 years.
That's correct.
Which, to my way of thinking, is not the wise way to go, but.
So in that case, a 5-year rate reset would make more sense. Go ahead, Mr. Ford.
So who was it, Councilman Bagby? Was that your concern that I just heard?
Yeah,
So-
what Mr. Bagby's concern was to change it from 5 to 10 because he thought we would get more people
Okay.
bidding. More banks.
So
More
if
banks
you,
bidding. And I'm
if
sure
you
we-
think rates are,
Not on a rate reset, you won't necessarily get, on a rate reset, you might not necessarily get more banks, but on a balloon payment, because banks are adverse to, because if you're still doing a 15-year loan, but you're doing a rate reset every 5 years, it's still a 15-year loan. That's what the
So-
banks see. They see a 15-year loan.
Yeah, but of course, I think if I were in the banking business, I would be more pleased with a 10-year balloon / reset right now than a 5-year. So maybe we will get more banks.
All right. Yeah, Jerry, go ahead.
if I could offer a suggestion, please. One, if we go with the 10-year amortization, and you don't need the term balloon or reset in there at all. If you're running for 10 years, it's just a 10-year loan. If we have a 15-year AM, then it would have a balloon in it at the 10-year point. If you are concerned that rates are going down and you want to retain flexibility to be able to adjust that rate, then we can ask them to give us pricing separately on a 5-year reset as an option, an optional reset, not a required reset. So you might pay a little more today, but if rates went up rather than down, you would not have to use that reset. So you'd be able to lock in for 10 years, but you'd have the option to call it out in 5 years.
And I have no objection to that, but I would simply observe if there's no prepayment penalty, we could pay it off next week, couldn't we?
Well, they structure it in different ways. Some banks will say, gee, you're prevented from prepaying it at any time up until that 5th year. Others will say it's not prepayable for 1 year or 2 years, and then any time after that you can prepayment. prepay it. So it depends on the bank. That's giving the bank the flexibility to work with that prepayment. And it really has to do with whether or not the bank hedges the loan on their books, where they enter into a hedge on the other side of it. That dictates their flexibility with that prepayment.
Yeah, I'm fine with what I think, but that's one of the reasons I want to see it again, because we you know, the devil will be in the details. The other thing that I'm concerned about, I guess, actually is that when we do a 10-year amortization, we're going to find out that we can't afford a 10-year.
I think you're correct.
And based on the revenues that we have, and so, you know, that was why I originally said 20 and 15, because those, I know we can afford 20. You know, I'm pretty sure we can figure out how to squeeze 15, particularly if we're doing a balloon at 10, then we just go back and borrow the remaining 12 million or 15 million or whatever. But you know, you want to bring it 10-year back, but I want to see it before we send it out, because I just don't think, I think we could be looking at, in a 10-year amortization, I think we could be looking at $3 million easily as an annual payment, and that would be a shock to our system.
Yeah, our recommendation would be to maintain the 15 and 20-year amortizations simply for cash flow purposes.
Which is the recommended motion that is not on the table at the moment. But per the recommended motion, that's what you guys are feeling would be most aggressive and competitive for looking for banks and or other options, and something that we can actually handle. Is that correct? That where the recommended motion is that we would have a RFQ that we could actually, I guess, finance.
Are you asking me that question?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Sorry, I'm making eye contact with you, but I'm sorry. Sorry, Jerry. I'm still talking to you.
No problem. Thank you, sir. We believe that it splits the baby between coming up with an amortization schedule that will get enough bank interest in to get good solid bids and preserving your cash flow on the other side. If we went with a 5-year amortization, every bank in the world would bid on it. Okay, you'd have more banks than you could shake a stick at. If we went to a 20-year amortization with no balloon, we'd only get a couple. Okay, we believe that doing the 15 and 20 with a balloon brings back enough banks that you're going to get a reasonable number of responses, and you'll have something that will be livable from a cash flow standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
So we believe it, sort of splits that baby.
Yeah, absolutely. And then just for my thoughts, because I know this is a lot more vocab than I'm used to on this subject. The substitute motion is then, what are the variables that we're changing in the sub? I guess for my... The AM to now 10 and 15 versus 15, 20. Okay.
I would point out that we're still at the 15, which was the sweet spot all along.
Mm-hmm.
And I have faith that we can make it work out at 15, and we will save several $1 million, or at least a large amount of money in interest that we wouldn't have to pull out of the citizens of Destin as tax revenues, because we did the loan in a smart manner.
Right. Okay. And the sub does not have it coming back right now? We're just moving forward? No.
It comes back. Yeah, it's going to come back. And I would point out, if it comes back at the next meeting, unless somebody here thinks interest rates are going to go up, the longer we put this off, the more likely interest rates will go down.
Oh, I had an idea you guys wanted to wait till November, so I guess we're going to play the November game one way or another.
I want to see what the interest rates are going to do. That could save us a substantial amount of
money.
money.
All right, call them a vote.
I am now somewhat confused. What changes require us to come back? Right now,
That's a great question, Jerry.
Right now, the changed ITN that we have says, give me a 10-year balloon using 15 and 20-year amortizations. That's what's before you tonight. How are we changing that?
We're changing it to a 10 to 15-year amortization, and I think we're leaving the balloon alone.
For the 15-year. You don't
Okay.
get a balloon on a 10-year because.
Okay.
Okay. So Jerry, with that, is there anything we need to discuss or wait another meeting for?
Not in my mind, if that's all we're
That's it.
doing,
You
we
guys are
get
the
rid of
motion.
20,
Yeah.
add
Yeah,
10.
you guys are the motion guys.
Okay, so Councilman Bagby, the revised motion is 10, to reduce these down from 15 and 20 to 10 and 15-year amortizations with a 10-year balloon, not a mutual rate reset, but a 10-year balloon on the 15, and that you would like to see the revised invitation to negotiate with banks at the next available meeting, which will be August 12th.
Or do we need to adjust that simple change?
Yeah, because I want to see what the amortization is on the 10-year. Because we may be able to do it, I just don't think we will. So I
have
but
that available.
The 15-year amortization is the only one with the balloon payment. You don't have
Correct.
a balloon payment on a 10-year, you don't have a 10-year balloon on a 10-year amortization schedule.
And so this would push the review by council to the first meeting in October.
Yeah, it pushes everything a month.
Yep, it would put it in October, wouldn't it? We should have a better handle on what interest is going to be by then.
We'll know after the September.
Oh, man. Who says we never get anything done at the city? All right, call the vote.
Yeah, one question. We probably can't afford a 10-year amortization, but we want to push it back another meeting just to see it? Yeah. I mean, I'm still not understanding why we need to push it back another meeting if we're just changing to a 10 and 15 amortization. It's just the words in the request, right?
Well, my understanding, what Crystal told us is she would have the repayment schedule, she would have in the budget meeting, the numbers that we would be able to have, that we would be able to support, because.
A 10-year?
Well.
I have that at my fingertips, actually. We
Okay.
used that in the analysis to find out if we could handle a 10-year.
Yeah.
But it was just too much impact on our current cash flows. So
Okay,
that's why we went with the 15 and 20.
And 20.
Also, keep in mind, we were trying to use less general fund, like ad valorem unrestricted
Right.
funds. The 15 and 20 year, especially the 20-year, fit much better with the inflows of gas tax number 2, the electric franchise fee, and the harbor and town center CRA funds.
And I know we're doing 15 and 10. I still, in my mind, if you do the balloon payment or the bilateral reset, whatever, 15 and 20 would be what I would still look at, but I'll support this but the reason I would prefer to wait till 1 October is because there'll be, I think, interest rates will be different on September 30th or October 1st than they are today. And I think they will be lower, maybe by 75 basis points. I don't know. Nobody really knows, but I think I agree. They will be lower by some amount. And so that conceivably will get us a better rate environment, which when you're talking about $25 million, 75 basis points could actually be real money.
All right, any further discussions?
So if you could just make sure all the council members are clear on the motion so that they can vote.
Yeah, we called it, so, I mean, the sub's up. If anyone needs a revocal of the vote, we're doing the substitute motion. 10-year, 15
Yeah,
balloon.
just read it, just to be safe.
All right. Ray, can you please read it off to your best of your ability?
Basically, it's a 10 and 15 amortization period versus 15 and 20.
All right, 5-2. Ayes have it.
Okay, so now that we're clear on the 10 and 15-year amortization rate that you just voted on, or I guess we'll see that in a second. Did you just read the results?
Yes, yeah, 5-2
Okay.
approved.
So part two is, I'd just like to confirm that you want the 10-year, you want the word balloon for the 15-year amortization. Okay, I
That
didn't
works,
hear it in the
Crystal.
motion that Ray read. Ray, are you clear on that? Are you
I can
clear?
add it.
Okay, I just want to make sure that our action agenda is clear.
Good luck on this one.
So I'll come back to the August 12th meeting with the, we're going to revise the invitation to negotiate the loans with those, that will now show the 10 and 15-year amortization schedules. And it will also be updated mentioning the 10-year balloon. And we'll also have a revised timeline.
All right. All right, since that, was everyone good to keep going? Do we want to keep pushing? Do we need? All right, I know the energy's sucked out of the room after
Yeah, I got one
finances, but,
Mayor, have just one question.
all right.
And I've talked to several people that have been listening to these meetings online, and they say there's no indication of how people voted. And all I see on my screen here is 5-2, 7-0. Is that a technical glitch? What's happening?
I'm having a problem displaying the voting equipment tonight. I can only display one, either the display here or raise, so I chose this one. Sorry about
Okay,
that.
well, we need to fix that because people can't tell how anybody's voting.
Can you announce who voted against and for?
I can't see it from here. Ray can see it.
I can.
You're right, 5-2. Who's the two?
For the substitute motion, Councilmember Tory Guile and Kevin Smith voted against it.
All right, thank you.
Okay, and technically, to not display how each individual council member is voting on these issues is a violation of our rules here.
What we'll do is we'll ask the city clerk to read off the votes at the end until that glitch is fixed. Could you do that for us, Ray?
If it's not a unanimous vote, I'm going to ask you to read it off. That was the first one that was not a unanimous vote.
Individual?
Yes, if it's not unanimous, I'm going to ask you to read off the nays.
Okay. Kevin Smith, vote.
Yeah.
Oh, in the future, okay.
All right. Round and round.
Let's go, mobility.
All right. Ryan, bring the energy. I got one, thank you.
Do I need to be introduced?
This is
All
Ryan
right,
Scott.
so yes, we have Ryan Scott again this evening. This next item is the mobility plan fee discussion, where we're looking at the underlying structure to apply so that our rate consultant can continue forward in calculating rates. So the rates that you have in your packet were just to help guide the discussion on how potentially different things would be calculated, but they're not intended to be rates for adoption tonight. It's just for discussion of how we calculate the underlying formulas.
Okay, good evening again. So I have the background in the agenda item. So this project started back March 1st of 2021. So here we are a couple years later, and I think we're getting so close to the finish line. We need to get some direction tonight to figure out which way council is more comfortable moving forward with calculating the fees for the mobility plan. The last time that we discussed this was at the May 13th City Council workshop. And so since then, we've been working with 3TB Ventures, and Alan Steinbeck is here to present to try to come up with a way to discuss fee options. So with that, Alan, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. This is a follow-up to that last discussion that we had where there was a request to talk about the financial plan and financing options for the mobility plan. We had come before you to try to get the mobility plan adopted, and you all were curious to know more about fees, the fee structure, how different types of financing work for these projects, and where the money might be coming from. So this presentation is intended to shed some light on those issues and provide some alternative ways of looking at this. We decided to, in light of the fact, and try to keep this as straightforward as possible, and impact fees and mobility fees are not a straightforward topic, so there may be some complicated questions. But the presentation of the alternatives was really to help you all see the relationship between the very large amount of money that is associated with the projects in the mobility plan, which is $150 million worth of needs that were identified, relative to the stream of revenue of the impact fee, where it stands today, and what types of levels of funding might come from that fee to fund that whole plan. We know for sure that $150 million is a lot of money, and I don't believe there's actually any way to actually physically implement $150 million worth of transportation projects in a 20-year period. It's just hard to do. So some of this information I'll show you. I'll try to go through the presentation as quickly as I can, hoping that you've had a chance to review the 2-page cheat sheet that we put in the packet that talked about these alternatives, but I will entertain any sort of questions. I understand this is not everyday type of information, so I'll try to explain it, and as we go, if you want to stop me during, that's fine, or we can wait till the end. So regarding existing transportation fees, your last impact fee study goes back to June 2007. The impact fee study is a separate document from any sort of plan you might have. You had a pathways plan and plans in your comprehensive plan at that time, and the fee study is a separate thing. So we have not completed the study yet for this project, but that one was done in 2007. The recommended dwelling unit fee was $43.77, and adopted at the time was an $813 average, which was much lower than the recommended average. At the time, for those of you around, I guess everybody was in 2008, but that was a very uncertain time in the economy, and I can understand why people would have looked at that fee at that time and not wanted to charge the full recommended amount in the name of trying to encourage investment. But that fee has abided over that whole period since that adoption in 2008. And so the difference between what would have been collected under that recommended full fee and what was adopted at 813 is about $26 million over those years. If council at that time had set that fee higher, that's the number that would have been collected over that time. That's 5 times, by the way. That was important to remember that number. The current fee collections are $325,000 average per year. So that would collect a total of $8.125. If we just kept the fee as it is and tried to fund the mobility plan, it would only fund 13% of the funding needed just for the first phase of projects. So your fee as it's currently construed is very much undersized relative to what these needs that have been identified are. Again, that $150 million is total project costs. I would remind you that 2 of the projects in there are very large, the Zerby and Marlar structured parking facilities, which account for approximately $50 million of that $150 million. And you would need $6 million a year for the next 25 years to cover all of those projects. That's 18.5 times what's being collected now for a typical dwelling unit, and would have to go from $14.25 all the way up to over $26,000. I would note that one of the higher fees in the state now is Hillsborough County, where Tampa is at $28,000 per unit just for their transportation fees. I know some other communities in Central Florida have been really leaning into this impact fee adjustment to try to get development to pay its full fare. And I've been involved in some of that work, and those negotiations are very, very serious indeed, and involve developers and local governments to get those kind of numbers to work. But that is not a far-fetched number, but may be different from what we adopt here in Destin for sure. There are some alternative funding sources, and we did not include any grant funding in the numbers that you see in this packet, so it's really focused on the mobility fee itself, but there are lots of different things to pursue Most of these on the list here are federal funding programs. The federal government has moved from strictly funding things through formula funding to a lot of discretionary programs. Discretionary programs have been being given birth every year. There's more of them, and they're diverse. They do oftentimes have a very strong policy bent towards them. So over the past many years under this administration, a lot of the money has been funded towards low-income communities, and which has greatly disadvantaged Destin in being able to pursue some of these categories of funding. But we have an election coming up. You never know what's going to happen, and it's always good to keep an eye on federal funds. My experience working with them is that you can get between 50 and 80% on a particular project that wins a grant if you were very fortunate, but you're looking at a 1 in 20 chance of getting money anytime you apply for one of these programs. It's kind of the win rate. So not every project in your plan is going to be funded by federal funds, but I would suggest that somewhere about 25 to 30% of your money could come from grant sources to match local funds that go into the total program. There already is successful grant funding happening in the city. I would note about the Crosstown Connector project and the money for the power line. The Crosstown in particular is you can get big chunks of money for transportation through some of these funding programs. Traditionally, if you really want to build a project 5 to 10 years from now, it's a good way to get money for your project. But if you want to build a project now, waiting for some of these funds is something that can be very frustrating to do. So bigger money is available through formula funds that come through the FDOT and the MPO. But otherwise, the discretionary programs are kind of hot money. You get awarded, and within a year, you can be working on a project. So you have to be working both of those systems, in my opinion, to be successful. And there's some other ways to get money. The Crosstown Connector has some state money in it, and there's TPO funding requested. So there are ways to, again, if you can be patient, to have money allocated through these systems, and it's possible to do. Just want to leave you all the impression that it's not necessary to pay for everything yourself, even though having local funds to match these grant funds is absolutely essential to make them successful. So just to think, this is really just a thought experiment here. If you had general funds to put towards transportation capacity projects, then you might choose to do something like put $1 million into fixing the backlog of projects that maybe have manifested over many years, rather than building new needs with them, and match that with something like $1.5 million of impact fees, and assume that you're going to get $500,000 from other sources and get $3 million a year out of that. That $1.5 million in impact fees is approximately 5 times what you collect now. So that would be the kind of raise you would need to do to get into that zone. Unfortunately, you don't have the general funding, so the impact fee, you really have to look closely at that. If you want to start investing heavily in transportation, that is the best source to do it without having to go into debt, bond, or otherwise figure out how to get it out of the general fund. So that's some of the push and pull about how to think about the impact fee. Is it is the #1 best source of revenue for making capacity improvements and building new facilities. Even little things like fixing intersections and other things like that can be used. It can be used to retire debt. So if you have debt on a facility that is qualified for the fee, you can pay the bills of the debt with it. You otherwise are very limited in that you can only spend it on those capacity projects. It cannot be used for maintenance. So the maintenance money that you all have set aside in the short run here for several years is really a different consideration. It's like a different responsibility, and the impact fees cannot be used for that. So on to the options. That's a little bit of context. The option 1 is based off, so this is sort of, I want you to think about these as scenarios. We'll talk about what my recommendations may be to you at the end. But these are all sort of set up to help see.
Alan, before we jump into
Yes.
option 1, Councilman Gall, do you have anything before? Okay.
Yep. Okay. Fee option #1, basing a fee off a limited list of projects, like priority projects, and in order to manage the size of the fee, to decide that you have a limited number of projects that you want to build, and you set the fee to that number of projects. And so if you just took the phase 1 projects only and decided to build those over that 25-year horizon period of the plan, that would be a $10,000 fee, estimated average for a single-family development, which is approximately 7.6 times the current fee. And on this cheat sheet that y'all have where it says fee increase, that 7.6 there is that 7.6 times your existing fee, in case you were wondering about what that actually meant. The second option would be to take Zerby and Marlar parking decks off of the funded list, so take that $50.2 million off the list, leaving a total cost of funded projects by the fee of $99 million. And if you have funded all of the projects in the plan, not just phase 1, but not the parking decks, you'd have a $17,000 per household fee. And that would get you everything off the list to have that number as an average per single family dwelling unit. Fee option 3 is based on the remaining cost of funded projects or the current projects. So if you had your capital improvement projects like the Powerline multi-use trail, some of the intersections that are funded, and the Crosstown Connector, which by the way is in that $90 million that's in the plan. And you just said, we're gonna pay for that and not put that in the fee structure, take that off the $99 million, you would get $87 million, and your fee would go down to $15,390. Fee option 4, another way to go about this is to say, look, forget about the project list. We know that we want to spend a certain amount on transportation improvements every year. We know what we can afford. We know what that number is, and we're going to target our fee to that number. So if you were trying to pursue your current capital improvements program, on average, what you're doing now is about $10 million per year, or for 5 years, or $2 million a year average. And that kind of pace would get you a fee of $6,983. So if everything you were doing now in your CIP was funded by the fee, it would be about $6,900 per year and be that $2 million a year in revenue generation. And then the last option is just to think very straightforward about this. And this one's important to think about because you might say as a policymaking body, well, let's just double our fee or quadruple our fee and call it a day. Alan, can you come back to us and give us a fee that's 4 times what it is today? It is possible to target that, but I want to note that you have to complete an impact fee study to do this, and the impact fee study is based on must be based on by Florida statutes current data, which includes things like the cost of things, the cost of projects, but also the assumptions about travel behavior, which are the denominator of the equation. So you're dividing your project cost by total travel, and those assumptions have changed relative to the data that's out there. So we can't just take your impact fee schedule and double it. In order to be statutorily compliant, you have to have the fee study, we have to go do the black box thing, but we can target, especially with the project list or a fee level, we can target the study so that the study seeks out that number that you all want to have and have it be something where you don't have this big disconnect, like y'all didn't set the fee super high and you set it really low, and that becomes a legacy that people talk about, 16 years later. Your fee study is actually tailored to what you want to do, and we can be more surgical about this. Some of you will have raised some interest in having the fees be used for policy purposes, like I want to incentivize something, I want to charge these people less or somebody more as a function of policy. There's almost no wiggle room in the state statutes. You cannot give people discounts on these fees unless it's for affordable housing as specifically defined by the state, which is workforce housing in that 80 to 120 AMI group. Those projects are a little hard to achieve, and it's a limited amount of fee reduction you can do. So if you wanted to say we're going to charge residential less than commercial, that is not something that you can do without using a little creativity under the hood, which we have a little bit of professional judgment that we can use in the fee study, but at some point, your limits are off. So getting some direction from you about that sort of stuff. We can try to accommodate it in the fee study, but hands are a little bit tied on the methods. So some things to consider here. The projects in the plan and in this financial analysis are in current year dollars, and as you know, the value of our dollar does not maintain its purchasing power over time. So that I just have to say that out loud as you think about this and what we're going to talk about. So this says need to be adjusted for inflation. That's a little strong. We can adopt a fee based on current year dollars and just have that fee be set, and that's not a problem. I also want to mention that because of the nature of Destin, and there's not a whole lot of vacant property left, that when you go to redevelop something, if your property is occupied, when you go tear it down, then you're supposed to get a credit for that when you go pay your fee. So in the setting of the fees, it's hard to know exactly what any given development is going to pay or even model the revenue generation because you're in basically a redevelopment scenario here in the city for the, forever. You'll have some projects that pay a lot and some that get discounted because of that situation. And so there may be a tendency for fee collections to get a little bit weaker over time because of that, because of those fee discounts that you have to give to that existing assumption. So there are two big things about, I would give you caution about not being aggressive in this policy decision in terms of getting that fee up as high as you can. One is inflation, and two is the factor that you're not going to collect everything that's on that fee schedule. A lot of people get discounts. They also get credited if a developer puts in infrastructure that's off-site, they'll get credited for that against their impact fees. So if there's some requests that come out of a traffic impact study or otherwise through development review, they will get credited that fee. I'm going to leave it there and put these up for consideration and see if you all have any thing to ask. If you we're looking for some direction this evening, so if I were going to recommend something to you that was that's definitive at this moment, I would recommend adopting the mobility plan as presented. We presented it that way. It is a lot of needs. It's a very expensive number. It does have a sense of priority about it, and that is a time scope priority, but it does not tie the city's hands to have the mobility fee adopted in this way. It is something that you all can select projects from. Those projects are eligible by virtue of being in the plan. And so when you want to put some money towards them and you want to put fees toward them, if they're not in that plan, then it's a little bit problematic for you or future councils to make that decision. If they are on the plan and on the menu, then you can spend the money on them. And even in the case of the Crosstown Connector, if it's in the plan, you can use mobility fees to pay debt service on the Crosstown Connector, the money, the loan, judiciary loan. So I recommend adopting the plan and having everything in it and saying we want to do all this stuff. They're all of our needs. And in the back end of doing the fee study, figure out how much of that, if you think about a pie at the end of how much is going to be impact fee, how much is going to be grants, how much is going to be possibly general revenue in the future or other sources of funding, then we can create that pie during the impact fee study and come up with a proper tranche that is that impact fee and help layer that in to demonstrate the implementation strategy for the plan. So that concludes my remarks. And
awesome. Appreciate you. All right, Councilman Guile.
Thank you, sir. I have a question, just so that I can make sure I understand this completely. So if we chose option 4, we basically start back at the beginning, right? We got to go back from square one. Is that correct? For the most part?
No, you don't. Go back to square one with respect to
the mobility plan, trying to figure out and calculate where we establish the budget.
No, it was demonstrative of it's trying to help you see that if you were going to pursue for the next 25 years the same level of transportation investment, like we need to get the crosstown done and some other things done, well, some next level, the same level of investment would occur over time. And I would suggest that given how difficult it is to implement some of these projects, that number 4 might be the most realistic level of investment because it matches the pace of investment that you're able to make now. But no, you would not have to redo the mobility plan. You could adopt the mobility plan and select whatever projects you wanted from them and fund them at that level.
All right, and Ryan and Crystal, you agree with that?
Okay, so fee option 4, fee calibrated to a budget set by staff was the descriptor. So you're recommending we adopt the mobility plan and then choose from that mobility plan what we would budget, as opposed to just a separate budget set by staff.
Okay. And with number 5, I think that's fairly variable, right? That doesn't give us a solid base, so everything's got to come back at some point and go back through some sort of discussion. Am I reading that correctly?
Alan, could you speak to fee option 5?
Yeah,
Because fee option 5 doesn't speak to the mobility plan at all.
The intent of 4 and 5 is to look at those funding levels, which are markedly different from the more expensive options up front, and to try to gain some perspective about how those levels relate to your existing fee in option 5 and your existing capital improvements program. It does not mean that you can't just adopt the mobility plan and have that be the menu and use that money to spend on the mobility fee. All of these have a basis of the mobility plan being in place, being adopted, which gives you the benefit of having that legally justifiable plan that you're saying you're going to spend the money on.
All right, so from what I'm understanding, I would support options 1, 2, or 3, but I'll leave that up to council which one they want to go with.
All right, Councilman Bagby.
Oh, wow. There were like 3 people ahead of me. So I was just going to say, the 4, I disagree. The staff wouldn't set that. The council would set the priorities and say, okay, here's our laundry list, and it could be in phases 1, 2, or 3, but because we've said we're going to take 69, 83 each year, and here's our priorities, and we're going to keep collecting till we've funded this one, and we're going to collect till we fund this one, and then that wouldn't be a staff. They would put it in, they would draft the budget, but it would be our priorities.
Correct.
That, based on how much money was coming in either year. I am more of a hybrid type person. I would say, in 1, if you say, look, I would take out the garages from all the options. I would just take out the garages because that, as we talked this afternoon, if we're going to get 30% grant funding, that's about 30% of the $150 million. Let's just figure out either grant funding or a separate bond once we pay off the $25 million to do, but that is not a critical piece right now, but all these others, or most of these others, I would say are critical, and we can discuss on, what the exact priority would be. So I would say if you did 1 minus the garage, then, because I think there's, is it Zerby? Yeah, Zerby is in phase 1. If you took Zerby parking garage out of phase 1, and then that would be, I don't know, 6,000 or whatever it would be, because that's half. It might even be 5,000 or whatever. That would be probably where I would lean toward, but I would take out the garages, and I'd also take out the money that we've already identified for the crosstown connector and things, but those are not, maybe one of them's in phase 1, but of that 11 million. So now you're talking 87 million, and then you just do the phase 1, and you get started, because 1 and 4 to me are a little bit similar, and we're setting the priority, and we're saying this is what we want to do, but it comes back to us setting the priority as opposed to we're going to try to do everything except the 2 parking garages in fee option 2, or we're going to try to do everything except the 2 parking garages and the stuff that's already funded in option number 3. Option 4 it says, we're gonna set the priorities. Okay, well, duh, of course we're gonna set the priorities. And then option 5, to me, is a non-starter because then we do have to start over. In option 4, you don't have to start over. You just have to prioritize what, you still take the same study that we've completed and you set the priorities. So I'm fine with 1 minus the garage, or, 3, even 4. The only thing is we discussed, there's a cost benefit here. So when you do the graph, if you raise it real high, you're going to put downward pressure on people's willingness, ability, desire to redevelop or to develop. So I'm trying to find the sweet spot. We seem to be trying to find sweet spots a lot tonight, but I'm trying to find the sweet spot. It says we're not going to kill redevelopment, but we're going to generate some revenue that we desperately need to do some projects we've identified. So if you force me tonight, I would say probably 1 without the garage, and then that's probably 5,000. I know it's got to be increased. I don't want to increase it too much, but I know it's got to be increased. And if we want these projects, we've got to figure out how to pay for them, and we can't keep going, our days of we're going to float another bond or take a loan, or we're going to take it out of the funds. Just that ship sailed. So that's where I am.
I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this, but I want to make sure everybody's on the same page. You want to keep the parking garages in the plans, but unfund it. And it's still in the mobility plan. Okay, I just want to make sure we're 100% clear on that. Yeah, but that at least allows council to circle back down the road, and since it's in the plan already, now it can become a fund.
So, and with that point of, a lot of this is redevelopment. If I'm in a single-family house and it's at the end of its age and I rebuild a single-family house, I guess keep it apples to apples, same square footage, there's really no impact fee because nothing's changing.
Correct.
So the reality of this is we're just going to be taxing medium to larger development that's not currently there, whether that's through redevelopment or through
Any increase.
Yeah, an increase of a lot now to anything. Yeah, so it's really, yeah, okay. All right, my bad on the list of
Just
people.
one point on that
Yeah.
point. If you rebuild the same, but what you see in a lot of redevelopment is
The
they
larger
tear
footprint.
down the old cinder block house and they build hey, it looks like it could be an Alice Beach type house, and that would
Yeah,
generate.
because every 10,000, or every 1,000 square feet is where this fee is coming from. Okay, all right.
yeah.
And I apologize for the list. I started clicking buttons. So I have Councilwoman Aber and then Councilman Schmidt. So, Aber.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim, pretty much, that's exactly where I'm at, fee option 1, and that's where I think is the best, sort of like, not so high, but it's certainly not where fee option, I mean, we're barely even increasing it, so I think that's my thoughts, is fee option 1.
Okay, Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, just walk me back a little bit because we're not approving a mobility plan tonight. We're not. All you guys are asking us for is which rate we want to factor in to when you bring us the draft mobility plan
To target
and the
a rate.
fee schedule. So all these options. All you're looking for is basically the number, right? So if they're saying option 1, you're just going to take 7.6 based upon the total value minus the parking garages.
That would be our target number.
Right.
But yeah,
Target number.
I've given you all the recommendations
Right.
to adopt the plan,
So
not
like
pull
their current
projects out, to
discussions
have
right
it be
now,
yeah.
garages are staying on the plan because we're not
Correct.
even approving the plan anyways, but the estimate will come down from what, because you're going to remove the parking garage dollar amount.
Yes, correct.
And I hate to even ask this, do you guys by chance have a very light estimate of like what that would look like to take $50,000. I guess it's only the one parking garage for phase one. I'm just kind of curious what the numbers of phase one look like minus the garage, if that's kind of what we're talking about.
It's about half.
Yeah.
It's about half?
Yeah. Councilman Bagby pointed that out. It's about half.
And I
So
just
when
wanted to
take
get you
that out,
guys
take that
looking at
number and
it,
divide
too.
it by 2, and that's about it.
Which happens to be about 4 to 5x
Mhm.
increase that gets you that $1.5 million a year in normal times.
Yeah. My biggest fear is I guess there's always that sweet spot, that balance, but it seems that more often than not, development is forward in Florida, and there's little things that we can do to really say no when there's things that we don't think we like. And so I was just hoping, and to your point, we can't incentivize development with this fee, so I'm kind of off that pedestal now. But that was kind of my biggest thing, is I just hope that we have a fee that is balanced but leans more heavily on having less, I guess, more fees being incurred through the development instead of it being put on taxes that we don't want to raise. So that's just my biggest hope, that we come out of this with a large income for mobility of pedestrian sidewalks and bike paths and all that.
Yeah, and for the sake of everyone's phone calls tomorrow or whenever, that the impact fee is a fee paid by development, by
Developers.
new development. It
That
is
we've been
not a tax
subsidizing.
paid by residents or existing.
Yeah.
You have to build something new in order to pay the fee. and that's
Exactly, yeah.
what incurs the cost.
So, if I could, because it's okay. So what does taking out the garages do at this point in time when you're calculating the numbers? Like what's the purpose of even saying that if we're going to leave them on the plan? What is the impact there?
The plan, having a plan that's like the menu of options gives you that flexibility
Right. So
to
it's there.
spend fees. First of all, it's a stated goal of the city to
Got
make
it.
these things happen at some point in the future. To have it on the menu allows you to spend your impact fees on it if you want to or need to.
Right.
The other benefit is in the seeking of grants, if you don't have an approved transportation plan
Right.
with that project on it.
I get all that,
funder- yeah.
but they're wanting to have it on the menu but not have the dollar amount, is what I think they're saying.
Yes, so
So I'm asking, how does that change things?
It just changes the fees. It's the impact fee itself and what goes into the impact fee. So like, we're gonna have a number of, the projects that you wanna build and you wanna fund are gonna be limited in nature. What's being proposed in fee option 1 is to have the stated priorities be what's in phase 1, and the intent is the city's gonna fund those projects. If at some time the city changes its mind and council wants to take another direction, there is no state Department of Impact Police that's going to come bother you about that. You can change your priorities. You can pick off the menu. You have all kinds of flexibility in the way things are structured now. So there's no harm in having a long menu of needs that you decide to fund at whatever time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, it's just getting very late, so it's
Yeah.
confusing.
Yeah. Dig deeper and it gets more confusing
Right,
about how,
right.
how it's all calculated.
Now we're talking about
but
menus, so
I'm
I'm
trying to
hungry
avoid
again
that.
now.
Yeah.
So the recommendation is to remove garages from the menu? Is that what you're saying, or no?
No,
Do you want to explain it, Mr. Bagby? I want to make sure I understand
from the
what we're
impact
doing.
fee funding. So
Yeah,
it would be,
there's two things going on. There's the setting of the fees, and there's the prioritization of the projects.
But we're not doing prioritization,
Well, we
right?
are, because one gets you to the other. So if you think of we have $150 million worth of projects, right? And so now we're trying to figure out how we're going to, for lack of a better term, justify the fee that we're going to collect. And so the way I would justify the fee is kind of a hybrid of option 1. So you can do any of their options. You can cut this any way you want to cut it. You can structure it any way you want to structure it. Still going to have $150 million worth of projects. What we're saying is we want to prioritize $31 million worth of projects, which is phase 1 minus the Zerby parking garage. So that's 60, whatever it is, minus 31.7, 7 whatever. So, and that gets you a number. And the number that gets you is the proposed fee. So if you said, we want to pay for all $150 million worth of projects, and we want to do it over the 25-year schedule, well, that's going to give you a fee, and that fee is going to be, you know, $25,000 or whatever the heck it would be every year for 25 years. We're saying, no, we don't want $25,000 fee. I'm comfortable with a $5,000 fee. You know, if we can get a little bit less, okay, that's fine. But
So you're not removing garages from phase one. You're
No.
removing the calculation of the dollar amount to get to the fee. You're removing the value of those garages, basically.
Correct.
In this discussion. tonight.
yes,
Okay.
correct.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
And at the same time, suggesting that fees will not be used to pay for the garage. Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, Councilman Destin?
Voice of reason, okay.
I would support taking the parking garages out, although it sounds like we're not really taking them out after all. We are contemplating increasing these fees by, let's see, option one is 7.5, and if we take the garage out that we're not taking out, maybe it goes to 5 point something?
3.8 or something.
Yep. And let's see, that next option is 12 times, and then we have one that's 10.8 times.
10.8.
Yep. And so you're talking about fees in excess of probably $20,000 per house or project what you're building. And as far as the fact that developers are paying them, that's fantasy. They're passing it on. It'll be part of the price of the house. And oh, by the way, the projects that I've built or family has built, we didn't have a developer, so we paid those fees. It's dramatically, not just doubling, tripling, we're at 5 or 6 times the fees that are presently being charged. Do we need to go up? I can agree we need to go up. But that many times, I could never support that. And, you know, do we want to add 25, 26,000 or whatever the number is to the cost of a new home for someone in Destin? Seems a little bit too much to me.
I guess my only comment to that would be it seems like we've almost never raised them, especially compared to everyone else. I mean, Fort Walton's at 4,000. I mean, we're by far stretching it low. I mean, 4,000 is the lowest one next to us. I mean, I'm just saying, I just don't want, listen, you have, listen,
Where do you get 25,000 increase?
Some of them were, if you look back to the other document, when you're 12 times up.
But none of these options that are on the table are. The options that were being discussed
I
tonight.
would say it's just the same mindset that got us to blank sidewalks right now.
Yeah, they're,
But the options that Mr. Bagby proposed is not. Right. Right. But I don't think any of us right now are in supporting of that. I don't think.
I will say to the mayor's point, the city has some of the lowest impact fees in the entire state. And there's cities all over the state that are doing just fine with higher impact fees.
Yeah, I would say we just need to stop discounting Destin and allowing developers to be incentivized in every aspect of the city, whether it's from the building code to now the impact fees. There's a reason our sidewalks aren't connected, our bike lanes are non-existent, and I get that we want to be a very low tax rate, but someone's got to pay, and it's either going to be from the locals trying to get the safety mobility that they want and clearly need, or we can have the developers pay for it. And yes, that will pay on it. Of course, it's going to go to the next person, but someone's got to help us build a community that we're trying to envision. So.
And these other communities are doing just fine.
Yes, thank you, Ryan.
With all due respect, Mayor, the developers aren't going to pay this any more than the Chinese are paying our tariffs. This goes passed on to the people that are buying the house.
Yep, and It is, okay. Councilman Schmidt?
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and make the motion to direct city manager to work with staff at 3TP Ventures to move forward with completing the draft mobility plan and associated fee schedule based upon option 1 minus the garage's value.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. If we're
I
going
believe
that.
covers it.
I do want to bring up the options. So under all the flags, underneath that, if you scroll down to option 1, are those the phase 1 projects that would be included, that is included in that fees, option 1? So just scrolling down. Is that line item correct?
Yes. So
Okay.
those would be at this moment, once the mobility plan is adopted, those would be the projects in the fee calculation.
Okay, so
unless y'all change
So I
it.
just want to do some due diligence here. NC4, the 98 Palms Boulevard, is a new construction road that I believe this council has voted out.
But this price is about what it's going to take to build the trail.
The trail
The
is.
trail's coming
is
in at about
the
10
power line
mil-
easement, multi-use pathway.
Understood, okay.
And then
Yes.
there's a 9,000, 9.1.
Correct. So now,
I just don't want
so
them to
now
drop
you can,
this
so
leap
none,
forward.
none of the priorities in the mobility plan have been decided
Okay,
upon,
okay.
yes. So, but now that gives you the option to take out that 9.1 and swap in from phase 2 or phase 3, something up
I
there,
just
or a
didn't
couple
want the-
projects up
the-
there,
the
correct. You're
multiplier
correct
to
on
go
that.
down even lower.
Yes, good catch.
Yeah. Okay. With that, I got a motion and a second. Any further discussions? The only thing I came up with outside of looking at the fees is just curious on if we are interested in a continuing service contract for mobility studies, not studies, I'm sorry, mobility grants, seeing that, to your point, there's a lot of money out there, and we know we're already at max capacity trying to write grants. Obviously, nothing for us to discuss tonight, I guess, but for you guys to think over, if we don't want all these fees to pay for the 100% completion of this plan, it seems like the only true other option is grants. So I know we don't have a continuing service contract for grants, and we've talked about things in the past of that nature. So just food for thought of something I was hoping we could take action on at some point in the future regarding getting these projects complete and it not coming from a tax. So that's my last point. Other than that, call the vote. Yeah, go ahead.
Just so we all understand what the next steps are, what's going to come back to us, when it's going to come back to us, and kind of what it's going to look like. I mean, I understand option 1 minus the parking garage, it'll come back at $31 million, whatever, but y'all going to bring us the mobility plan first, or you're going to bring us the fee schedule first, or you're going to bring us everything at the next meeting? I'm just trying to figure out.
Timing.
Yeah, I want accountability here or at least a plan.
We have been proceeding with the technical calculations for the denominator part. We've been waiting on, like, what projects do y'all want to fund?
Okay.
But we have been working on the technical part of the equation, and I believe we can bring this to closure very quickly. I will be returning to come see you the first week of September already. That agenda item scheduled for another thing, or it's planned. I don't know if we've said it yet, but we can come back in very short order in months, not, weeks, not months, counting in, yeah.
The fee schedule / ordinance or the mobility plan, what are you bringing back to
Okay,
us the
to
first
that point of
September?
your question, yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe
what I would like and recommend is to have the mobility plan adopted at the same time as a fee schedule is done, or the plan adopted with a draft fee study available, and if there's some question about that, then we can do it. I'm here to tell you that fee studies don't get read very much, and they're not the basis for looking at what the city's going to do. It's going to become something that's in a drawer. So it's technical in nature and legalistic in nature, and the big question will be, what fee are we adopting, and what's the schedule look like? And that I think that adopting the mobility plan and saying grace over that, so that we know that those projects are in or they're out. I'm hoping that we've gotten to a point where we've received enough public feedback on them that just remains as your discretion as a council to adopt it or not. And that's what I would propose.
So we're going to adopt the mobility plan at the first meeting in September. That's what I just heard. Maybe I heard something.
It's ready, if unaltered, it is ready to go. It's final, yeah.
Well, because grants and other things feed off of that. So until we have that, we can't go get
Correct.
this. So I just, that's why I want to know what the plan is and when it is, unlike the rewrite of the LDC, which Lewis promised me 2 years ago.
Yeah. So if I have it correct, just the summary, we now have to create a priority list of our priority level 1 minus, because now we're gonna have to take out NC4 now. No. Okay, okay. Nope. I'm on the record.
Nope.
It's gonna have to come back in some way, because one of these is already not approved by the council direction. And I get that, so I'm just saying now we're jockeying what projects are coming up.
If you want to move projects in the mobility plan before the fee study is completed, during the fee study being complete, or after the fee study
that's what I'm
complete,
asking is, we're going to be jockeying now for what is the priority level 1 outside of, yes, okay.
We will prepare a legally compliant fee study that will last you as long as you want to maintain whatever fee you adopt. So, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Right.
All right. Does everyone have the motion? All right, calling the vote. All right, ayes have it 6-1. Ray, who's the nay?
Okay, motion,
No, I got to comply with sunshine.
okay, motion was 6-1. Councilmember Stevens, yes. Councilmember Guile, yes. Councilmember Destin, no. Councilmember Bagby, yes. Councilmember Abear, yes. Councilmember King, yes. And Councilmember Smith, yes.
All right, thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right. All right, Crystal.
Yes, okay, so this next item is the Tyler Technologies notice to terminate. This is an informational item. Our IT director has been bringing our technology updates to council, and so this is a first step towards replacing some of our softwares. A certified letter was sent to Tyler Technologies informing them that we will not be renewing their contract at the end of this term, which ends in June of 2025.
Does anyone have any questions based on the briefing? No. All right, seeing none.
All right, so the next item on the list is interim city manager discussion, and I'd like to open the discussion with Jamie Dittmer so she can explain the items in the attachment in the agenda, and then Jamie will pass it on to Kim Kopp to complete the discussion.
Okay, good evening. In preparation for our city manager to be out of the office for 30 days or more, we're providing some options to council to appoint an acting or interim city manager. I spoke with a few advisors from FCC MA, and they just reached out to their network to managers in transition, who in turn reached out to me, and I did have a response from few. The challenges with that program is immediate availability, and also housing was a challenge. We do have one local candidate, Mr. Larry Jones, who's here tonight. He does have immediate availability, and he is local, so that is an option. So the 3 options that we are bringing to council is you can review those resumes that I attached to your agenda item, and we can have conversations, but as I said, availability and housing is an issue. We do have a local option for an outside interim or acting city manager, and of course we have the option to continue with Ms. Strickland as the acting city manager. So those are the options that we reached out and we're providing to council, and that is for your discussion and discretion. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Kopp.
So if anyone has any questions, let me know, but at this point, what we're looking to do is enter into a temporary contract that, as of now, would provide that at the time that Mr. Zinguzzi is ready to come back, the contract would terminate and Mr. Zinguzzi would get his job back. It would provide for the typical city manager provisions, including compensation and so on. And we would probably put in some requirements that major decisions were discussed with city attorney and HR unless council objects to that. But other than that, open to your ideas about it. And again, as Ms. Dittmer mentioned, we have one of the candidates in the audience.
All right, I appreciate that, Ms. Kopp. Yeah, same thing. I had some discussions as well with Chris Holly and a couple others at the FLC, and that was their biggest thing is if it's going to be a shorter than 3 months, you almost have to go local, or the housing is just going to make it almost a non-starter, let alone having someone pick up for a very short stint. So that was my only feedback that I was able to get out there in the network. Councilwoman Aber?
I move to direct City Attorney and Human Resource Director to negotiate an interim city manager contract and present it for council approval at the August 19th meeting with the said candidate in the audience.
Just for the record, you're pointing at Mr. Larry Jones?
Yes, for Larry Jones.
I thought it was Ray.
Ray almost became.
I would like for Larry Jones to be our interim, but y'all need to do the paperwork and discuss it.
If you would like him to come
Larry,
up.
it's 9:30. If you got anything to say, you've been more than patient.
Come tell us hi, Larry, since you've been here for 3.5 hours.
And now that you've been here 3.5, you might as well keep walking out, right?
Thank you for the opportunity to be with you. It's an interesting dynamic that you find yourself in. I hate that this situation is what it is for you guys, for Lewis. We certainly want to extend our heartfelt prayers to him and his family and those caring for him. As Mr. Bagby mentioned to me a couple of weeks ago that you may have a need. If there's a way that we can come together to, that I could help the city, I'm certainly in a position to do that. The biggest thing that I would ask is to make sure there's clarity in what you're expecting from this role during this period of time. You have a city manager. You know, as I mentioned, I believe to Jamie in a conversation, I'm not interviewing for a job. You know, I'm not applying for a job. If there's a place that I can be a benefit to you and the folks you serve and to your staff, we would certainly entertain those conversations. And so, you know, any questions you have, I'd certainly do my best to try to entertain them.
Well, we had a conversation yesterday, and I feel confident that you'd be the right fit for the fill time that we need. So I appreciate you coming tonight. And more importantly, I appreciate you helping us help our city manage for those time frame until we get Lewis back. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess my only comment is, I mean, I think we have above average, comparable, and compassionate directors, and I think we just need someone to help just play glue for an interim period of time. So thank you for being here.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, thank you. And just hit that button and turn off the mic. All right, moving right along. I'm so sorry. Councilman Bagby.
Yeah, no, I would just, from my perspective, and, you know, I know you're a fan of Good to Great, and I'm a fan of Good to Great, but, you know, in the military, we don't have acting commanders. You're either the commander or you're not the commander. And we have a city manager, but to me, if we had a deputy or an assistant or whatever we ended up calling that title, you know, you're here till Lewis comes back. But don't be afraid to say, hey, y'all need to do this, or, you know, because I look at you the same way I look at Lewis. If we're messing something up, tell me we're messing something up, or, you know, if you think I missed the boat on the 2015 year, tell me it should be 15-10 year or whatever, because you have more experience other than Mr. Destin than any of us up here on the management of county, city type stuff. And so both as an elected official and as an appointed official. And so, we do have good directors. Empower the directors to do their job. I know you will. you know, and this is nothing against our directors, but we're in a period in the year where we can't, you know, give Crystal up to be city manager, because there's about 20 things I want her to do, and I'm just one. And so when you do all the folks, it's just, and I think you will help us be better. And that's all I ask. Just help us be better. Not, you know, make sure the boat doesn't sink, but actually help the boat get better so that when Lewis comes back, he finds, you know, a better organization, or at least as good an organization as when he left.
Councilman King.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks, Mr. Jones, for being here and being willing to step into this role. I got to kind of see, I was kind of on the sidelines and got to see some things that y'all were able to accomplish in Walton County, and I had no idea that your resume was as lengthy as it was, so I was really impressed by that. But just wanted to say thanks for being here this long, and for your willingness to come and keep us pointed in the right direction. And I think your sentiment to Lewis, you're not looking for a job. You're not looking to take over. You know, you're willing to be here, and so I just really appreciate it. So thanks for being here.
All right.
And this meeting link gives you an idea of what it's like.
Councilman Destin. If we didn't get so many lectures, we might.
Whoa, boom. Okay, if you cut your hair.
Okay, I got one next week. Next week. I'll keep my hair short if you keep the words short.
Okay.
All right, Councilman Destin.
I was just going to say, I appreciate you stepping up to help us.
Yeah.
And it'll be nice to have somebody's memory that goes back as far as mine, although a little scary. And don't hesitate to tell us what you think about any issue that we have in front of us. Thanks.
All right, good deal. I got a motion and a second on the table. We're going to open up the vote. Ayes have it unanimously. Ray, read off the nays.
No.
I'm just kidding.
So, Mayor, just a quick question for council. If I could, and I haven't spoken with Mr. Jones yet, but certainly Jamie and I will speak with him about the contract negotiations for the temporary position after this meeting. If I can get it done by August 12th, would it be okay with council to add it to that meeting? Of course, if I can, it will go on the 19th.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah, I think
thank
so.
you. Good.
Awesome.
All right, Crystal.
Be up here at 7 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
The next item we have is announcements. So Tamara, please share your announcements.
Sure, there's just two tonight. Wanted to say thank you to our partners for coming out for the big truck event. The Okaloosa County Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, and 18 other city partners came out last week, and that's always such a beautiful event, and there was tons of people. Parks and Rec does such an amazing job with that. And then we also have, well, hopefully the weather will hold out for us on Saturday, and we'll have our birthday party down at Harbor Walk Village. And so we extend again an invitation to all of our locals and our visitors to come out for that. So that'll start around 5:36 and last until 8:45. And at 8:15 is when the drone show is. And we've had a lot of questions about that. And so we're just hoping for not much wind and things like that night. But the vantage point, they'll be launched from Noriego Point. So we have reached out to a lot of different boaters and captains and folks and asked to please help us keep Noriego Point clear on Saturday from 3 p.m. on. We're going to really try to keep that area clear. So any help we can have with that is appreciative. And the Sheriff's Department and the Coast Guard have been amazingly helpful on that. Thank you.
Councilwoman Avery.
I just want to commend you for getting this all set up, but I did see on the news tonight, Channel 3, for instance, was saying that we were going to have our big celebration, and they showed Harbor Walk, and it had the Christmas decorations, and it had all the people walking around with masks on and hoodies, so I was hoping we could get them maybe an updated visual of what Harbor Walk looks like now for the party.
we have sent out stuff to all of our media partners, so that's a little bit on them. We can follow up with it, but they have certainly received 2024 images.
All right, thank you. That's everything up here. All right, moving on to public hearings. 5A, Kim, you want to lead this off?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. This is ordinance number 2406 LC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, amending Article 7, zoning and regulatory controls of the Land Development Code to modify conditions and criteria for approval for luxury recreational vehicles, RV resorts, formerly referred to as luxury motorhome resorts, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for incorporation into the Land Development Code, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. This is first reading. So if you all will recall, when we purchased the bridge parcel, we had an agreement with the seller to process a land development code amendment. We are not obligated to approve it. And as a side note, with respect to that particular seller and the other property that he was potentially interested in for an RV park, which is located next to Big Kahuna's, it may not even become an RV park at this time. It's under contract for sale. So with that being said, I don't want anyone to think this is limited in any way. If this is passed, it would be citywide. And with that being said, it's limited to properties that are 10 acres or more. So while it's citywide, there's not really that many properties currently that would be able to benefit from this ordinance, but it does provide updates, and so staff would be good with approving it, even though there's not a specific project on the horizon, if council is okay with it. Other than that, we'll take questions.
Councilman Bagby?
And don't forget to open it to the public hearing.
Thank you.
Yep.
If there's anyone from the public that's here to speak on this 5A, this is your time to do so. Seeing none, I will close the public hearings and entertain a motion. Councilman Bagby?
Well, we'll make the motion. I move that City Council approve with modifications the proposed ordinance 24-06-LC. The proposed modifications are in subparagraph F, where I'm fine with all the recreational vehicle verbiage and stuff, but in paragraph F, I would like it to say, where in the last sentence it says, no pad may be occupied continuously by the same recreational vehicle or occupant for longer than 120 days. I'd like to add, or no longer than 180 days in any 1 year. So what I don't want is they're there for 119 days, they go down the road for a week, then they come back, and the next thing you know, they've pretty much taken up permanent residence. That's my first change. And then the second change is in paragraph H and J3. I would like the setbacks to remain what they originally were, particularly, so minimum setback from perimeter of parcel to recreational vehicle pad to remain at 35 feet next to residential uses, 25 feet next to all other uses outside of the Unified Development Plan, and 15 feet next to all other uses within the Unified Development Plan, instead of the recommended 14 feet. And then in J3, that it would buffering adjacent to residential uses, natural areas, or maintain landscaping of dense plantings comprised of material with a median height of 12 feet at time of certificate of occupancy, covering a depth of not less than 20 feet instead of the recommended 14 feet. Basically, I want the setbacks. I don't like the 14-foot setback. I'll just be honest with you. And then I would like to re-add J4, where it says buffers adjacent to non-residential uses, a minimum of 10 feet wide, landscape buffers planted with materials in accordance with section 7.0, and I'm sure that section will change when we do the land development code update, but at least I just want to reestablish those buffers as they currently exist.
And I'll second that.
Just one thing on that, and I'm sure we're good with all of that.
Yep.
Other than in H, good with leaving the 35 and the 25.
Yeah.
When we talk about that 15 feet with the Unified Development Plan, that plan doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, I
So
didn't think so.
If
but
you're okay, we'll just take out the 15, but put the rest
Okay.
back the way you wanted
Yep.
it? Okay,
Yep.
great, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, any discussions? All right, seeing none, I have a motion. Councilwoman Hebert? Okay, Hebert with the second, and I will call the vote. Anyone not voted? Someone hasn't voted. I'm asking in a nice way.
I see these two here have voted.
Yeah. No, everyone in? No, there's the culprit. You dirty liar. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Go. Yes.
Yes.
No, ayes have it unanimously. All right, moving to 5B. Kim.
Okay, so for 5B and 5C, I am going to request that we hear them together. These are applicant-initiated, and Attorney Stephen Tatum is here. So just for the record, Mr. Tatum, do you have any objection with us doing the future land use amendment ordinance and rezoning ordinances in one public hearing? No. Okay, council, would you be okay with that? They involve the same property. No objection. Okay, so I'll read both ordinance titles. And I'll just note that the rezoning would not become effective if approved until after the effective date of the future land use amendment, and that's required by state law for consistency. So ordinance number 2407 PC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, amending the comprehensive plan, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for the adoption of a small-scale amendment to the comprehensive plan, future land use map to include a change in future land use designation of 8 parcels of real property located north of Calhoun Avenue as described and depicted in Exhibit A, consisting of approximately 4.75 acres from Calhoun Mixed-Use Village, CMUV, to Calhoun Mixed-Use CMU, providing for incorporation into the comprehensive plan, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. We'll also hear ordinance number 2408 LC, an ordinance of the City of Destin, Florida, amending the official zoning map as referenced in the Land Development Code, Section 7.12.01A2, zoning maps to include a change in the zoning designation of 8 parcels of real property located north of Calhoun Avenue as described and depicted in Exhibit A, consisting of approximately 4.75 acres from Calhoun Mixed-Use Village CMUV to Calhoun Mixed-Use CMU, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for jurisdiction, providing for zoning map amendments, providing for incorporation into the Land Development Code, providing for conflicting provisions, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. This is first reading of both ordinances.
Seeing that this is a public hearing at this time, if there's anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this topic, this is your time to do so. Seeing the same amount of people eager to talk, I will close public comments and turn it back to you. Do you have anything opening?
Good evening, Stephen Tatum here on behalf of the applicant. I don't have anything unless you have any questions. This is, well, I do have a little clarification. It is 4.75 acres. The staff report does discuss this being for a parking lot for the new marina and wedding venue that's going to be located on the south side, or no, I guess that's the west side of Calhoun. This is not going to be a 4.75 acre parking lot. I just want you to understand that. There are houses on some of these. Those houses will remain. It's just that in order for this to be one unified development, they all need to be in the same zoning district for that parking lot to service all of those areas, because the cottages are part of this, the wedding venue, the marina, and then those other small houses that are right there that may or may not get converted into another use. They haven't decided what to do with those yet. So just don't fear that we're going to go in and bulldoze 4.75 acres and throw down a bunch of asphalt.
And so just to be clear, this property is separated by Calhoun Avenue. The other property is waterfront, and they want to have one unified development, so the city did require the same zoning and land use designation on both parcels. So if this is approved tonight, you would still see a major amendment to the development order coming before you, and so you would see the details of the development at that time. Right now, there are no development approvals.
That's correct. There's no development plan actually either. There's a sketch of what we would like to do, but there's no construction type plans yet.
And then with that, Kim, to your point, I think what you said earlier, just if I heard that correctly, because of that, when we do the LEC rewrite, it's most likely everything that we rewrite and go in will then be what you guys follow under for the development order? Did I hear that correctly? We can't, to keep everything parallel, we have to do this and,
This doesn't have to do with the LDC rewrite, so.
no, I know that.
Okay.
But I thought I heard something about they wouldn't be able to do anything until the rewrite was done? Or is I just completely missed? Okay, I guess completely missed.
I think I know what you're talking about, and it's that the LDC rewrite right now as it stands, which I don't think y'all voted on yet, it gets rid of CMUV completely and makes everything CMU.
Okay.
We took that out, I
Yeah.
think, at the last council
Okay.
meeting. You weren't there. That's why I didn't mention that. but
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't think we're doing that any longer, but this standalone parking would not be allowed without this zoning anyway. So they would not be able to have parking for their major development on the water, most likely without this. Or at least they'd have to redesign things.
Yes. Great. Councilman Schmidt?
Is this the same parcel that bulldozed all the trees to make a parking lot? Or is
Not,
this
not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. It's just maybe.
Yeah, different.
Oh, no.
That would be a different spot than this.
Off of.
When did this happen? I mean, it's not something that's
I
happened
thought it was
recently
atta-
for sure.
It's
for sure.
not that parcel that turned into a parking lot that's got no parking signs on it?
I'm not aware of that,
No
no,
worries.
sir. I don't want to tell you, I want to tell you a lie either, but I'm not aware of that.
It was done from a. That's what they use overflow.
All right.
I don't have an answer for, okay.
Councilman Destin?
I would just have the observation that when we rezone this, it applies to this owner or a future owner should they decide to sell it. And so I appreciate your reassurances, and I don't have a problem with allowing it. I thought it should have been allowed anyway. So I have no objection. I just want everybody to understand it's, they can't promise what a future owner may or may not do should they decide to sell it. It's a rezoning period.
And to that point, and staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe CMU actually is a little bit more restrictive on your entitlements than CMUV. So it actually is kind of a downzoning in a way.
Right, Councilman Bagby?
So you're switching all these parcels, or you're asking to switch all these parcels to CMU. Why not take the two parcels that are across the street and switch them to CMUV? Mm-hmm.
I mean, that idea hasn't been
I would
explored,
say
but
probably, I don't want to speak for you, but the parcels on the water already have a development order.
Mhm.
So they are further along in the development process than these parcels may be. I don't know if that's the reason, but
well, no, actually, the reason all of this came about we're ready to, what do we need to do to be able to put this parking lot in? And it's like, oh, well, you can't put a standalone parking lot. It's going to have to be part of your original development. And the only way it can be part of your original development is if the zoning districts match. So that's why we opted to change these parcels to CMU from
So
CNUV.
that begs my question. So that they match, why didn't you change the other two to CMUV?
I can add some information to
Yeah,
that. The standalone parking lots are not permitted in CMUV.
There you go.
Right. So just so you know, I won't support this because I disagree with the staff's finding in both on the natural environment piece. And they talk about, density units and stuff, but if you go out and you look at those trees, to Mr. Destin's point, somebody could bulldoze all those trees if y'all were to sell it and make it a parking lot. And I just don't think it ought to be a I don't think it ought to have the ability. And specifically, I disagree with the staff's findings on the natural environment in both of the public pieces.
I think to staff's, not to be argumentative, but to staff's credit, they're looking at it as a land use and zoning change. They're not looking at it from, this is our development plan. So they don't have a plan in front of them to develop to know if we're going to affect any trees or not. So their statement's accurate in the staff report that this change will have no negative effect from CMU to CMU, or CMUV to CMU.
Natural environment could be changed in this zoning change. The natural environment could, because you don't allow a parking lot You do allow parking.
Well, right now, you could actually go in there and build a mixed-use development that's 75 feet tall in that area and definitely impact the natural environment. So really, no, it's not, that this change doesn't have an effect on the environment.
I disagree.
Okay.
All right, Councilman Stevens?
I move that City Council approve the proposed ordinance 24-07-PC and 24-08-LC.
Can we vote on this individually because the system is set up that way?
Oh, okay, we talked about doing it in one motion, but if the system can't do it,
But
we'll
the
do it
sys-
in two.
The system is set up where it's
Okay.
individual voting.
Let's start with PC, though, although your motion was perfect otherwise.
Right.
Second.
So, Councilman King's got the second. And we're gonna run through it twice, basically. All right. First reading.
They'll be back on August 19th.
Okay, let me pull Bagby out. Okay, so here we go. All right, calling the vote. For 5B, 5-2, ayes have it. And then.
Can
do
I
we
announce
need
it?
Do we
Want
need
me to
another
announce it?
motion?
Okay, motion
Yeah.
passed 5-2. Councilmember Stevens, yes. Councilmember Guile, yes. Councilmember Destin, yes. Councilmember Bagby, no. Councilmember Aber, yes. Councilmember King, yes. And Councilmember Smith, no.
All right, thank you, Ray. All right, so going to 5C, all the other legal obligations have been met, so we're just looking for another motion. John, you want to hit it again?
And you say it again?
You just hit it again.
All right, I move that City Council approve proposed ordinance 24-08-LC.
Second.
Second. All right, and you said it for 08? Okay, thank you. All right, got another second by Councilman King, motion by Stevens. Any further discussions? Seeing none, calling the vote. All right, 5-2. Can I just have the nays?
Ditto, no. Councilmember Stevens, yes. Councilmember Guile, yes. Councilmember Destin, yes. Councilmember Bagby, no. Councilmember Aber, yes. Councilmember King, yes. Councilmember Smith, no.
There you go. There you go. 4 hours of your life. I hope you build them for it. I'm an equal opportunity biller. And offender, yes. All right, 6A, we're going to go down the line. Comments from the council. Councilman Stevens.
I'll be real quick. I just want to thank the Sheriff's Department for having foot patrol on the harbor docks now, or on the docks now. Appreciate it.
Awesome. All right, Councilman Guile.
Just an update with the Destin High School on Morgan Sports Complex. We all met Friday at the field with the contractor, along with Destin High School and Parks and Rec crew. They've got a plan moving forward. The interlocal agreement, I believe they gave an adjusted copy to our city attorney, Kim Kopp, and I believe she's reviewing it is that correct?
Well, we've reviewed it. I think that we have many comments back, but I understood you were going to go meet with them with Lisa first.
Yeah, we met Friday.
Yeah, so I think I'm waiting to hear from you and Lisa.
All right.
But we'll talk.
All right, bye.
Councilman Destin.
I've got a simple, hopefully non-controversial one this time. About 25 years ago, we had a sister city program going with a coastal town in France, and it was going along quite nicely. They sent a delegation over, and then it all just kind of went away. I've had some requests from people in the community if we couldn't look in to see if we can renew that relationship, and I will try to find the details and bring them to our acting city manager, and we can look at renewing that tie we had before.
I'm hearing some travel expenses coming up.
No, I don't think, we're not going to get away with that, but.
Councilman Bagby.
Nothing, Mayor, thank you.
Councilwoman Abear?
Two things I would like to put under my name for the next meeting, to put speed tables on Legion between Beach and Benning. And then the second thing I want to discuss is the fencing that was being constructed as I was leaving town, and I called the city to ask about it, and they had all these poles that were supposed to be part of a chain link fence for Harbor One. I thought when we were talking about it, what we wanted to put was tow-away zone signs so that people couldn't park there and they could be towed right away. I'm not sure if we want to put a chain link fence up there, which is kind of set back anyway, kind of, you know, leaves that extra area free for people to illegally park anyway. But I wanted to find out from council, what are your thoughts? I mean, that whole purpose of buying that and having that is to enjoy that view. And you come up that road and you have a big old chain link fence there, that just kind of takes away the whole purpose of seeing what, you know, what we bought. So I would like to have that discontinued and put the tollway signs in that we talked about. Any feedback, anybody?
Staff, anyone want to jump in for that? Michael?
Yeah, I certainly can. The purpose of the chain link fence that follows the DOT right-of-way line, so we can't put a chain link fence on their right-of-way, is a protection from what I feel to be hazards at the base of the hill down close to the seawall. I have some photos I could share. I don't know where Andy went. But the condition of the property there, I think there might have been an old ready-mix concrete plant there at one point in time, or it was a dump site for concrete. But Ryan, if you could just scroll through those. And I think we could all agree that people, when they enter that property, that's where they want to go, is down to the water's edge. And the condition of the property down there is just not conducive to having people walk down there. We have put up no parking signs. We have put up no trespassing signs, but people still park and people still trespass. So the chain link fence, we have talked about it with Lewis on many, many occasions, seems to be the solution that would both provide security and safety for the public at that location.
I would, to counter that, then put the chain link fence down there so they can't get to that broken concrete. Put it all along that down there and change those signs from no parking to you will be towed, and then put the tow company down there off of Mountain on, hey, you can go by there anytime you want. You see a car, tow it.
Councilman Bagby?
So, question for the attorney, because I might be okay with what you just said, but anybody gets injured on that parcel, that's our responsibility, right?
We have a responsibility to take reasonable precautions, but I think either way, they're reasonable under Councilmember Abear's suggestion or under Mike Burgess's suggestion, because in both cases, that dangerous area is blocked off from the public. But yes, subject to sovereign immunity and all of our protections, we are potentially liable if we fail to warn.
So go
But the signs will warn.
go back up or go forward, I don't know. The one that showed the hill, keep going, keep going, keep going, there. Oh, okay, so that, you know, looks dangerous. I'm just saying somebody going around that wooden, so I would want it, and I understand we can't get in DOTs right away. I got that. So we can't take it to the road edge or the whatever to totally prevent people. But I would say somewhere there's a happy medium between the two of you that says, I don't want people down there, okay, on that, because that's dangerous right there. And somebody's going to get hurt, and then we're going to have a $2 million lawsuit, and the money that we thought we were going to spend fixing the intersection at Stallman in 98 is not going to get fixed. So just, can you bring us back a recommend, and I'm fine with the, and I don't want I hate signs, I'll just tell you, but we do need signs say, tow-away zone, and they have to be, I think, every 50 feet by state law or something, which I hate, but, we need to follow state law and we need to tow them. But I'm okay with the fence on any area that you and Ms. Abear agree is dangerous. And if y'all disagree, then bring it. And, I kind of default to, if I think it's dangerous, or it could be dangerous, because I just don't want to, I don't want to see anybody get hurt, because they're going to all be on that lot watching the drone show, and I guarantee you some drunk's going to trip over something, and then they're going to sue us because they had, 28 shots of liquor.
And if I could add one other thing, Councilor Bagby and Ms. Abear, Councilor Abear, the gate, we're going to put a 20-foot gate up at the top where the little driveway comes in, and that would still allow folks like Lamar Signs, Weber Infrastructure, city staff, sheriff's office, if they needed to access that property, they would have access to it. Fencing off the lower section, I can certainly talk to Councilor Abear about it, but I'm not sure that they would have that same level of access to the property where they would need to get if it was just exclusively fenced down at the bottom. But we'll talk about it. It's fine.
Yeah, I was going to say something similar is, what we have here for the time being, until we come up with a plan and exactly what we want to do, what we have is a beautiful view from Calhoun for all the locals who get to see it. I think that's what kind of spurred the conversation on, was when we first drove by there and you saw it and we're like, whoa, we got to have this place, So I would be in support of that as well. And surely there's a way to design it or engineer this fence to get it down below the crest of the road to where you can still see the view. People can still stand there and take sunset pictures and whatnot. But blocking it off at the road with a 8-foot fence seems like a horrible idea to me. I've seen that. I've seen the property. It is. Yeah, there's dangerous stuff on it. And I think that we could get it to where we could put a gate in so Lamar could still get down there. But that would be my suggestion as well.
Councilman Schmidt.
Thank you. The property that was top of the hill, Mr. Burgess, there's a ledge around there, right? There's a ledge on the edge. There's a ledge on the edge, the flat part.
Where the retaining wall is?
Like up top where the fence is being built right now, about 15 feet further.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't there a ledge that people will fall off of or could fall off of, or is that all blocked?
If you have a 4-wheel drive, you can drive over it, but they've done that before too. But there is a drop off. There is a drop off. There's a little rise, and then it drops off.
So is the safety issue down at the bottom by the water, or is the safety issue from up there falling off the little ledge?
In my opinion, the greater of the safety issues is down where that concrete is.
Okay. Well, then, yeah, I would suggest we find a way to put the fence further away from the road that's going to block where the safety issue is, further towards the water.
But to your point, I know what you're talking about, because we've done a cleanup
There
there.
was a building there, and it was demolished.
Well, because if you're kind of staying next to, I guess, the right-of-way of FDOT, at some point when there's that ledge, it's a very steep, you could kind of run up it all four, right. But it's fairly steep.
But to
there.
support staff, though, because we want to support staff and code.
Get this going.
Cars parking there.
Absolutely.
We all know it. And I think many of us have probably have called about that. I have. So the fence will also prevent that. I get that. I'm sure it will. Mm-hmm. So if they're not going to put the fence there, are we all going to be okay with cars continuing to pull in, go to McGuire's, pull out, do this, do that? Because now they're going to be able to park there. So you gotta figure that out.
Surely there's a way with like the concrete poles that you could put there to keep people from parking there.
Barrier thing?
Just to keep the view the way it is.
There you
know
go,
what I mean?
concrete poles or something. I'm just saying, if they move the fence, now people are going to park there. So keep that in mind.
But that's better than an 8-foot fence, I mean, we can figure out a way to keep people out of the crosstown connector with a chain. You can still see all the way to the end of that.
I'll work with Counselor Aber this week, and we'll come
Yeah.
up with a solution.
Because I'm telling you right now, you put a tow-away sign, Palmetto, those people that got towed about 3 weeks ago for fireworks for the 4th of July, the word went around. It was on Destinites, it was on Let's Talk Destin. Don't park at Palmetto. They mean they're going to tow. That's all you got to do. You put some tow-away zone signs right there on that corner. A few cars get towed, the word gets around. That's not a free parking lot. Go down the hill and park and be done with it.
All righty. Got motion, we got a consensus, we feeling, oh, I'm sorry, yes, Councilman Destin.
Yeah, that chain link fence along there destroying the view is totally unacceptable. Move it down to the water where we can keep people away from the concrete. And as far as the parking lot, we can come up with some innovative way to keep people out of there. A low brick or block wall would do that. And also on the backside, if you want to put one there so they don't fall off. But just out of curiosity, how much did we spend, or how much were we proposing to spend on that chain link fence that we were erecting?
The PO for that work was a little less than $24,000.
And what is the spending limit that the city manager has?
$35,000.
Sounds like we need to lower it.
Didn't we just raise
You
it?
know, when I saw that up there, I was pretty disgusted too, and more disgusted that that would be thrown up without the council having any knowledge at all of it. Not really acceptable.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Burgess, did we talk, as I asked, I didn't get the answer, I apologize, it was late, but we talked about this at a previous council meeting. We were presented with something and we voted on it, and we approved it, or did we not? You don't recall either?
I don't recall
Okay.
anything specifically. I just
I'll
know
try
that
and
we've
look
had a lot of internal conversations
Okay.
about that property.
All right, Councilwoman Aber, anything else? We're under your name. All right, Councilman, do we want to vote on this, or I didn't have a motion?
I want to vote on this, but the speed table, I will make my annual plea that we
Process.
actually follow the dang process, that we have a written process.
My fiance
that-
knows how to.
Yeah, as opposed to bringing it back directly to council, because that, you talk, oh, their story, people, well, they haven't done all the work. They haven't been to the Public Works, Public Safety group. They didn't do the speed study. We had already done the speed study. So we have a process, and if we keep short-circuiting the process, that's what ticks people off in this town is some people go through the entire process and get or don't get a speed table, and then some people come, which you're allowed to, and, I would just like our response to be, let's fix the process, where are we in the process? Because I don't even know where we are in the process. And then let's put it through the process. That's my only, you can put it under your name. If it hasn't been through the process, I won't support it at the next meeting, because I just think we need to stop doing that.
Ryan, enlighten us.
So I misspoke earlier. The speed study that I was looking at on the map was the next section of that same road that's kind of
Yeah, the Legion.
So I went and spoke to them while they're sitting over there, and they showed me where they want it, and I already ordered it with my team. So they're going to put that out and get a speed study done for that area. I'll also point out that that's right where the new crosstown connector is going to go. So once that crosstown connector is in, that's going to totally change the traffic flow on that road that they're requesting the speed humps.
All right. Councilman King.
Thank you, sir. I share the same sentiment as Mr. Bagby. The speed bumps, and I was going to say this before he brought it up. The speed bumps, no. The unwarranted speed bumps drive me nuts. The ones on Kelly, I understand, being that it's school right there, and that's not speed bumps, that's a stop sign. But I was going to recommend this when we got closer to the crosstown connector, was to regardless of a or a traffic study, to do speed bumps or speed humps or speed table or whatever on that portion of Legion and on Mountain Drive to divert traffic to the crosstown connector. And so, normally I'm like way hard against speed bumps. I hate them. Aside from if they're qualified by the process, which they almost never are. But I would be inclined to lean towards speed bumps on that road and on Mountain Drive at some point when we get closer to the crosstown connector to divert traffic. And that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Ryan, got anything on that?
Yeah, and I will point out that the engineering division's been looking at alternative methods to slowing down speed besides stop signs and speed humps. And we're taking that presentation to this next month, or this month's Public Works, Public Safety Committee to start that conversation with them, to see what they think about these alternative ideas and see if any of these ideas we want to bring back to council to consider.
All right, Councilman Schmidt.
So Mr. King doesn't like safe driving, saving lives. No, I'm just kidding. Crystal, I just wanted to make a note. Hopefully next meeting, do you know if we can have the Joe's Bayou work schedule ready? Or is that Crystal, Jamie?
You mean with the
Joe's Bayou,
FDEPs
our
or the
staff's work schedule at Joe's Bayou?
Oh, the
that we
work schedule
requested.
for Joe's Bayou. I'll put the request in. I can't guarantee it for August 12th.
I think last time,
but I'll talk to the Parks
Okay.
and Rec team and see if we can have it available.
I appreciate it. I think Lewis, last time he was here, said that they were working on it with Jamie. So just double check if you don't mind. I appreciate it. And speaking of Lewis, I know we all miss him, and I just wanted to say thoughts and prayers for him and his family, and speedy recovery, and look forward to seeing him and his smiling face soon.
All right, I have to thank Ray for this one. It's just housekeeping. I'm going to go down to the annual conference for FLC, and since I'm the only one, I guess I'm going to be the only one that needs to vote. It's kind of more of a housekeeping thing. I think it's almost unanimous every time who's the next second VP, so I just need a motion in a second.
I'll second.
Our voting delegate.
All right, thank you. Councilman Bagby with the motion, Councilwoman Aber with the second. I don't think we're discussing this. All right, call the vote.
I got one thing.
Yeah, all right, what's up? I'll nominate you. All right.
All right.
Yeses, everyone's, there we go.
7 yeses.
There we go. Ayes have it, so moved. All right, City Attorney Kim, anything?
I don't have anything. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, public comments? Yeah, okay. No, you've been here. Hey, you deserve more.
Becky Pritchard, 145 Timber Court. I wanted to comment on the speed bumps from the lady that opened up the meeting. But then when Ms. Abear said, she wanted to bring it up next meeting, I thought, oh, well, I don't have to say anything. But then Mr. Bagby said, I don't want to do those things. So then I had to come up here and say what I had to say. It's not only speeding that makes a road dangerous, just get all of these roads that we keep talking about. I know I've talked about mine before, Bayou Drive. There's also 1st Street, 4th Street, people leaving the boat ramp, trying to get out of town. And, they running down those roads. They're only a third of a mile long, all of them. And they are going fast down those roads, even if it's not 30 miles per hour or 35, just ramping up so they can hurry up and get to the other stop sign. I don't get it either, but that's what they do. And Legion Drive, my goodness, that is definitely one of them. And all those kids cannot get on a bus to go to school. They're all walking to school and walking home. So that is definitely a road that needs to be looked at, but I wish I would also look at other east and west roads that connect the long roads, like 1st Street and 4th Street, and, 4th Street all the way through, and then where it jumps Benning and, continues across. So all of those, and if you don't like speed bump, it's because they slow you down and you can't get where you're going fast enough. And I don't think the crosstown connector will change a thing because people don't want to turn left to go, or they don't want to go over the speed bumps by the churches to get to the crosstown connector, or they want to jump over, run down Legion, run down Benning, and run down Azalea out. And no speed bumps. So, that's what we want to slow down, is the people running down the roads trying to get places faster than they need to. That's it. Thank you.
Minute and a half if you want to keep going. Thanks for being here. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Anyone else? No, pure entertainment. All right. You got something? Yep.
I was remiss earlier and forgot to remind everybody that we do have our second public workshop at SRS and Town Center meeting tomorrow at 5:30. So if you didn't get enough tonight, please come tomorrow at 5:30 for that.
24 hours, we get to see each other again. All right.
Just to make sure everybody understands, it's not a council workshop, but you are invited and you can participate if you so choose. It's a public workshop.
There's a big difference. All right, with no other public comments, I will close. No? Oh, I'll close this meeting. All right.